this is my life, and I have the right to get what I want, to carry on, carry on. This is my life, I can't waste no time to get what I want.
Got a heart in my sleep non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive on free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get back to a time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night.
It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just let me all night.
Just love me all night. All night. Just love me all night. All night. Just love me all night. All night. Just love me all night. All night.
Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling.
Don't you wanna tell me? Tell me about the time that we felt free. Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city. Spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole. Pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end. And I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. Cause I don't need to pretend. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was
on the set, I was made for this. I'm going in bigger than ever. Sit back and watch me win. I'm going in bigger than ever. Just watch me win. Just watch me win.
After KT.RY and G2 blacklist, KBG Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of the remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. ThunderTalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions KBG Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Langui and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming.
On this dragon, this is gonna be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Langui, body slam, the grand entrance is gonna be used, Dominus as well, and the isolation gonna be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing FunPlus Phoenix to actually walk away. They have to disengage, nobody died. EDG, ooh, that was so close!
Number 4. Stepping into the battle with a 3-man Dragon's Rage is what Shingdo7 did when contesting the dragon with ThunderTalk. As soon as the dragon spawned up, the opportunity for an aggressive play opened up, giving FunPlus Phoenix a clean sweep.
Shin is on the other side of that fight. Dog's going to be going there. But Chow with the explosive cast to go out for the isolation, but he found Chang Si. So that may not be the best target. He goes for the Justice Punch. Shingdo7 is not going to be able to steal it, as they will be giving it over to ThunderTalk. SkyFL there in the middle of it all. There is the Hero's Entrance saving them all. ThunderTalk, they are a little bit low, but can they get out there? Shin is going to get executed right there with a perfect execution. SkyFL going hard. That's 1, that's 2, and they are going to dive maybe for more. That's a 3rd kill onto Z, and now Chang Si's down. It's just Soil. This could be the ace, and it will be for FPX.
Number 3. Once again, the name Shingdo7 is brought up, choosing a cleverly concealed spot. Shingdo7's precise timing allowed him to approach and punish X-Bike's mistake, securing the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
Challenge Shingdo7, they are playing defense. They are distracting ThunderTalk, waiting for SkyFL to go for it. Oh my god, so tense. SkyFL makes his way into the Baron pit. The steal coming in for FPX, and they've trapped ThunderTalk inside the pit. They've already gone 3. Now Soil is gone, and Shin is the last man standing once again, but he will be standing now. What a hold from FPX. What a play from SkyFL.
Number 2. The formidable Langui, a cow-themed champion, may have caused FunPlus Phoenix a lot of difficulties. In the 13th-minute mark of the second match between Edward Gaming and ThunderTalk, Langui initiated a powerful engage, crushing 3 members of FunPlus Phoenix, and Edward Gaming secured 4 takedowns. Right now, 0711, red zone out the members here of FPX.
just with his mere presence. Actually, Langus doing a really good job already.
Whoa!
Setup. The knockback's gonna be perfect, and EDG right now is just gonna be unstoppable in this onslaught. On 128 is gonna be joining though with the Burst Ender. Langy going for the double knock-up, and Skyfell has to flash away alone, getting targeted here, but unable to be tapped by the members of FPX, and everyone is just dying on the side of this red side team. EDG getting 4 kills to none.
And number 1. KBG Gaming's impressive performance is making a strong comeback in the final series of the playoffs. In the deciding match against Edward Gaming in the branch finals, the Ton dashed Edward Gaming's hopes of victory with a 3-man steal followed up by KG's destruction of the opponents.
Move coming in from EDG. Can this be successful? Though it can be the 50-50 that
KBG
they've
still
been
there.
wanting to do. 2,000, 1,000. The Ton is going in. The Ton gets it. Thank you along the way as well. And then going out, but from away. And KBG gonna be infiltrated. Still gets 1 kill. And they turn again onto the members of EDG. This time around, 07 level is gonna be caught. Unable to cast the ult in time. Alone, still trying to kite. KBG still alive. The Stand United is just saving grace of KBG. It's a disaster for EDG.
Thank you so much for tuning in to this week's Top 5 highlights. Let's follow the final matches of the championships and keep cheering for the teams we love. My name is Giyang, and see you again on the next video.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Over 50 days of broadcast in the regular season and in the playoffs battles as well. And now we are only 3 days away from crowning our Season 2 champions. Everything's not yet done. We still have to grind the round robin for today, for the replacements as well for the finals. We are going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Giyang. With me is Infinity, and we're psyched up for today.
Absolutely psyched up, accelerated, but on top of it, very afraid of as well what's gonna happen today. Because the thing is, these 4 teams, it's pretty much a run back in Season 1. KBG, KT.RY, and G2B, with only an exception of EDG, so it will be a very interesting point how EDG can change the stage today and even in the following days.
Absolutely, the EDG has been insane in their performance. They're the teams that just really dominated during the regular season with 10 consecutive win streak, and we see as well the stats. This is going to be so fun because we see quite a bit of changes during the picks and bans from the regular season into the playoffs. Now Akali still remains on the top number 1. Hecarim is now starting to pop off as well, especially because of the recent patch.
Yeah, it's just so strong, right? Akali right now is very accessible into having you a free lane or having you a free path into the backlines. And I think that is one of the biggest points of Akali, because removing a huge chunk of damage immediately, like removing ADCs, removing mid laners coming in from opponents, is such a big benefit for a team fight, for objectives. And I think this is one of the perspectives we have to watch out for. But also the Evelynn. Look at the ban rate, 87%. So eyes on these champions and what could show up later here today.
Yeah, Evelynn, that sneaky assassin jungler oftentimes gets the better against the opponents, and we only see quite a few junglers that actually really perform well with the Evelynn. And oftentimes we see Hecarim being able to stand out more, at least as a stable jungler. So let's see how our teams are going to be utilizing these champions later on as well. Because, again, just going back to EDG, right? This is a team that has amplified themselves exponentially, especially through the regular season and into the playoffs as well, as we look at the roadmap. And they only lost 4 times, to be honest. They lost against FPX, they lost against OMG, they lost against Weibo Gaming, and KBG. But the other teams are already taken away. It's only KBG that had history in defeating them is remaining in the final stage.
Yeah, so much storylines built up for these 4 remaining teams. The best in both regions, in CN Conference and the APAC Conference. And it is such a momentous moment for each and every single Wild Rift League Asia team. And right now, it's 3 months in the making for 4 of these teams as well, to be able to have a step closer, an inch closer for that championship title. And once again, I mean, looking back in season 1, it was G2 Blacklist, former NGX, who was the first runner-up. They were second place. Now the question is, can they make it for that champion into this season?
I mean, it was a tough run for them last season as well. It took them 5 games during the semifinals as well, battling in a gruesome match against the J team in order to reach towards the grand finals, matching against KT.RY Gaming. And here we see as well the finals prize pool. Of course, it's going to be a big amount, $140,000. Man, you can buy so much food with that.
Cool. You're talking about food now. Wait, well, it's dinner time for the most of us. If you guys are from other regions as well, it could be afternoon, it could be morning, but definitely food is important. You know, it's a major chunk that will eat up your prize pool.
Yeah, absolutely. Second place as well, having to receive almost 1/3 of that. Third and fourth place not really trailing that much behind. So the goal definitely is in first place, because you get the biggest chunk of that prize money. And all of these teams, especially KT.RY Gaming, being the former champions, is aiming for that one.
Here we go. The bracket for the finals. And of course today, it is day 1. So we have that best of 1 single round robin for 4 of these teams on 6 matches today. So that will be really to look out for every single one. But we are looking already at the positions of these teams. It's pretty much King of the Hill situation. So the first place will be immediately placed onto the grand finals here in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2.
They will battle against each other one more time before the placements. And the goal is minimum, of course, second place, right? Because at least you would only battle 2 matches for the entire final season. And if you reach first place, that's much better. That was the position of KT.RY Gaming last season as well. Yeah. And G2 Blacklist, KT.RY, having to have history already onto each other, is going to be looking to do the same thing as well. We see the matchups for today as well. KT.RY Gaming battle against Edward Gaming once more after their history during the CN qualifiers, in which KBG gave EDG a 4-0 beatdown.
Yeah, and EDG at this point is unstoppable. EDG is pretty much the strongest teams, arguably, in the CN Conference, and might even touch up onto APAC Conference as well. So KT should do a step up. There has been 1 week or so preparation for all of these teams to be able to really match up here today.
Oh man, this is going to be so tough. We see the lineup of Keepers Gaming. We're looking at Datan, especially in his insane development, receiving so many MVPs during their last match as well against Edward Gaming, showing that he is really something to look out for. But as well as Andra9 being able to fully shine when the team needs him the most, now it's going to be met with Edward Gaming looking to finally have the redemption and the revenge against Keepers Gaming.
Yeah, 4-0 sweep. KBG winning in the upper bracket final back in the CN conference, putting EDG down into the lower bracket to battle up against FPX. And EDG definitely won up against Fun Plus Phoenix in a dominating fashion, but KBG is a whole different beast. And of course, pun intended.
Yeah.
Keep beast, keep best. I was trying to connect the dots, but it did not connect.
It did. Took me a while because my mic was muted. I'm sorry for that. Edward Gaming though, they look to have the better stats this time around. I'm looking forward to this, especially the red side, because we have seen them really push through blue side the last time they met against Keepers Gaming. All 4 games, they really stuck their blue side attempt to secure a victory, but wasn't given any chances by Keepers Gaming. Maybe this time they would be more, flexible and choosing the side that they have more wins on.
Yeah, the side selection thus far when it comes to prioritization by both CN teams and even APAC teams from day one of the regular stages has been very different. Like, it's varying from each and every single stages that we've had, because during the first couple of weeks that we've had here in season 2, it was blue side selection priority. Then we shifted to red side with the teams already adapting into the patches, not banning or not having to ban away the likes of Hecarim, the likes of the Fiddlesticks back then, right? And right now it's both the blue side and the red side, so that will be interesting. But heading into individual player matchup, jungle, it will be very important for the Datan and 0711 to act up here today in day 1.
It's time for the junglers to match again. 0711 and Datan definitely is looking to beat each other up here in one of the most important matches here today, because the goal is to secure 3 wins in order to qualify yourself towards finals, because you're gonna be the team that has an undefeated record in the round robin. But so far, in the last time that they have met, Datan has given 0711 a lecture on how to be a better jungler, and he even disrespected him massively during their game number 4, in which he used a Shen against a Hecarim, but he still stole so many objectives away from 0711.
Yeah, Datan consistently just shows up and gives a master class of a performance every single time he shows up in Wild Rift Asia. And KBG, yes, they underperformed in the middle of the regular stages, but thus far, they are fighting to a toe-to-toe matchup up against EDG.
Yeah.
And it's just very, very close and will be chaotic later on how Keep Best Gaming and EDG will act up.
Yeah, let's go to the stage for the host to introduce the teams. We're very excited for this, as we see, again, just all the teams right now battling onto the stage. Players being very happy and excited as well. Pressure is on, but I like seeing them being comfortable at the very least.
Yeah, 100%. And it's those players being here on stage as well, facing up against each other. It's a CN versus CN conference matchup that we've had, so I think this will be where the momentum will ride through all throughout the day, because the very first matchup, 2 of the strongest teams in season 2, 2 of the strongest teams in the world will fight up against each other here in the opening series that we've had here for day 1 of the finals. So a lot at stakes on the line. You've mentioned a while ago the lion's share of the prize pool that we've had, 140,000 USD, on top of the possibility of raising the crown.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only about just the prize, right? I mean, it's also about the pride. Keepers Gaming wants to retain as the back-to-back champions here in Wild Rift League Asia, and looks like there's gonna be a change in history, as Keepers Gaming this time are gonna be on blue side.
Yeah, blue side for Keep Best Gaming. Now, Lee Sin immediately banned away. Expectedly, we are going to see the likes of Evelyn, Akali to come through here into the bans today, because if not, it will come out on to the picks. Senna will be removed as well, as right now we're jumping into patch 5.0 as you have mentioned.
And this is going to be so exciting because so many changes are made from patch 4.40 going towards patch 5.0. We have our new champions as well, the updated Aurelion Soul, the new items as well. Heartsteel is gonna be here, Hydras as well, changes as well on Lee Sin, in which why we see a high priority ban on Keepers Gaming, especially that 0711 is like a god on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I believe there has been some changes on the champions as well. A-Stall is now onto the updated version, well, rather onto the LoL PC from what we have seen A-Stall's changes to occur. So that will be something really interesting on how it will perform. Is it something that will be viable? But we have called it already. If Akali is open, if Evelyn's open, it will be picked up, and KBG will lock in onto Akali.
Zero hesitations as well. That's Andra 9 for you. Because during their last few matches, oftentimes we see Keepers Gaming reserving the last pick for Andran, simply because he's like the best weapon here of the crew. But right now, he is looking to be as confident as he is, first picking the Akali and letting EDG have a chance to maybe counter this pick.
Yeah, and the thing about Lee Sin, I want to touch up onto it. The change is really massive, and it's much stronger up against these beefy champions. So I think that's one of the perspectives that KBG doesn't want to fight up against. But right now, Renekton and Kha'Zix already locked in for opposite sides here. KBG want that security onto KG. But if Ornn's open, it will be locked in. KBG wants that team fighter support here into the lineup.
Very perfect. This is absolutely perfect from Keepers Gaming, because right now we have so many priority bans. We see Zoe, we see Hecarim, we see Senna, we see Lee Sin, and oftentimes we see Ornn being banned away. But because of the rise of the other priority bans, now it becomes an opportunity for Keepers Gaming to invest more into the team fighting prowess. EDG locks in the Camille, possibly to threaten a Galio pick as well. But let's see how KBG is going to respond. Looks like they banned it away as well.
Very clever here. And the thing is, right, KBG has already understood that you have already banned away the Gragas. Ornn is open. We're gonna pick it up. We could now focus target onto other supports. Galio, Nautilus, and the likes. These are support champions that we have seen rise to the champion pool, to the pick rates, to the ban rates that we've seen over the past few months. But right now, EDG is answering back. Jungler will be the target as Vi is removed.
This is a Shen ankle for the Dawn here, because they have the Akali for Andra 9. With his Stand United, he can just provide so much protection against the damaged champions of Edward Gaming. And since Camille and Kha'Zix has been picked up already, there's zero chance for EDG to steal out this Shen.
Alistar is still a good option here. It will be a good peel for the likes of Ezreal, and not necessarily that Ezreal needs it, because you still have the ability to dash in and out of fights just because of his kill kit, but that will be extra layer of defensive capabilities. But you've called it already, Giyang. Shen will be hovered here by KBG, gives that extra sustain for the likes of Akali and their ADC that could potentially be locked in here for their final pick.
Yeah, this is massive coming in from Keepers Gaming. This draft is actually so scary. I would give it to Keepers Gaming right from the bat. Even if they lock in the Zeri or the Severe, it doesn't matter, because their kit is so complete already. From the early game to mid game towards late game, team fighting is going to be there, crowd control, initiation is going to be there, and protection as well, alongside with the backline access. EDG really needs to lock in this Jax, possibly to counter the backline later on, to have consistent DPS as well. But still, my regards to Keepers Gaming. You have the better draft.
Camille mid lane? There we go. Oh, EDG is doing a flex here. You know what? They do not need ADCs. They do not need mages. And yes, you have Ezreal in your lineup, but they do not need any more than that. They're locking in Camille. They're locking in Jax and putting Camille into the mid lane. And the thing is, I feel like this would work, because the thing is, going into the mid lane, you still have that capability of going into other lanes for that extra ganking capability. And remember, from what we have as a tradition here in Wild Rift League Asia, 4 minutes and 30 seconds, mid lane and bot lane switches, and that will give that extra lane pressure for the side of EDG. Have that extra prowess to go for the side lane push.
Classic you as well from Edward Gaming. After seeing it once during their match against Nova Esports when Nian used it against them, however, it didn't work out because it is EDG. Now he uses this champion in one of the most important matches right now here in the first day of the final stage. Let's see if this is going to be effective as they match against KT.RY Gaming with their scary composition. Just game number 1. The one game that they will have against KT.RY Gaming. This is not a best of 3, not a best of 5, not a best of 7. It's a best of 1. Everything is on the line.
And you read my mind, Giyang, because this is no time to be able to experiment on your lineup composition. So EDG is confident that Camille mid lane would work. And this is something that EDG is very strong at. All about that aggression, all about securing that win. Back in the regular stages, wherein they rose up the leaderboards all of a sudden mid-season. And right now, it's KBG who has beat them down 4-0, but given the ample time to be able to review KBG's matches and even EDG, I believe this composition is not something to be belittled here by EDG.
Yeah, they only need the one game that they will win, maybe through this comp, maybe through their aggressive prowess amplified by this champion lineup that they have picked up so far. It can be very effective. The isolation from the Camille can work really well against Andra 9 as well. So let's see, because this is going to be so important. I love this composition actually from Edward Gaming as well. They have so much aggression, and there's only 2 teams in the CN Conference that are actually very, very aggressive. It's EDG and FPX.
And I want to touch up onto the Camille mid lane individual matchup up against Akali as well, up against KBG. Because we have to remember, Camille's passive will negate a lot of these AP damage, especially coming into the early game, especially coming into the mid game as well. So 1v1 in the early matchup is not exactly a detrimental thing for Camille into the mid lane, but
oh no, Flash gonna be used by Langway just to escape, but he will not be able to escape without getting killed. Alone as well, gonna be dashing away. Shama following up with his own Flash, unable to get the edge still, but they got the support.
Yeah, KBG got the edge. First blood already secured by KT.RY Gaming. This will be really good because the thing is, Sivir is not really that strong into the early game. We have always mentioned this in the past, but just like that, this will give an advantage for Xiaoma. And Yu just did that perfect engage into the bot side. It doesn't matter if you use up the flash, and Xiaoma just executed the final blow.
Perfect timing as well with the Ignite. Just denied the healing passive from the Alistar as well, maximizing the damage output of KT.RY Gaming's Dragon laners that allowed them to secure that kill.
Yeah, and it was really clever for them. And now 0711 has to focus on the bot side, because the thing is, if they leave alone, it will not be that good, right? Because KBG already has the prio just from that one kill.
Time though, Alone and Langway look to answer back, but it's just so difficult to do that in the bottom lane. You have 2 champions, or you're going up against 2 champions that has great wave clear and AoE damage, plus the charges from the Ornn as well is so irritating. It's like a be better Alistar without the unbreakable will. You have so much setups, you have so much crowd control, and percent HP damage as well from the breath and the brittle.
And the thing is, right, for Alistar, you still need to reach a level 5 to be able to be tanky. It's not the point where in level 1 to level 4, you can really just go ahead into the middle of the dual laners from the opposite side and tank the whole damage, because you're still not at that point that you can be a sponge for alone. So you still need to reach that point, wait for level 5 before they really go in for that engage, before they really go hand-to-hand combat up against KBG.
And you mentioned the junglers as well, needing to prioritize the bottom lane later on for Edward Gaming, right? I think that's going to be the name of the game as well, if they prioritize taking the dragon as well. Top side, Xiao Zhang is doing a really good job handling KG, despite the usual Renekton advantage in the early game. We see Xiao Zhang actually having the better timings on the counter-strike as well, and managing the waves as well. So Edward Gaming this time has more leverage in working around the map, possibly to what you said a while ago, the bottom lane.
Oh, Langby once again!
gonna be fine. Still has the heal. And did pop in the ult just to negate some of that damage. But that can be crucial for the next fight.
0711 jumps through.
Just went back.
Yeah. Like what an insect does. You know what? Jumped in and just jumps out when they see a target.
Yeah.
It's not something that I want. I want to hide. I want to escape.
They do a really good job avoiding the slap of the hand. Not
They do.
you know, caught and stuff. Edward Gaming is looking to be inspired by that as well.
100%. And right now, from what we have mentioned, 4 minutes and 30 seconds in, we have the switch of sides from the mid lane now going into the bottom lane. Or even with EDG's composition, they could put Camille on top side and put Xjang into the bottom lane. So pretty much very flexible here for EDG in regards to pretty much their two beefy champions. And I'm telling you, this is the advantage of EDG's lineup, where in fact they could have that lane pressure later on.
It's kind of an indication that both of these teams actually are going towards the dragon here. More of them are coming bot side this time around. Xianjiang gonna be a little bit early, not caught with the shuriken there. Off cannon 9, 1000, 0711 did take the dragon. As KG still gonna have the backline access. Perfect execution onto the backline as well. 0711 is gonna get caught survive for so long. But EG needs to walk away. Yu is gonna be hook-shotting away. The taunt from the taunt is gonna be massive. Taking the Ezreal down actually. Xiaojiang looking to still follow up. Still has to sustain, still has to counter strike. Working his way towards the members here of KT.RY Gaming. So many low HP members. Shama still gonna be able to spell shield the tactical sweep. As you looking to be kited away. Langi goes in as Xiaojiang follows up as well. And Ran gonna be baited to go in once more. So execution is just gonna be there with the perfect one on the side of Edward Gaming. They get the punish at the very end with the overextension of KBG.
Could possibly be the longest team fight that we've seen thus far. It was so long coming in from the dragon fight, coming into the bottom lane. But in the end, it was a 3-4-2. It was EDG who was able to actually kind of answer back as well up against KT.RY Gaming. How KBG really stayed put into the bottom lane for so long.
Man, and Xiaojiang as well. The way that he performed in that team fight, considering that it was still the early game, he was able to soak in so much damage, deny some of it as well because of the counter strike, and land the damage towards KT.RY Gaming's crucial members as well.
Yeah, it was so difficult to watch because KBG overstayed there. Like, they were able to get a lot of taunts, they were able to get a lot of kills, and eventually got a lot of CCs as well. But the thing is, fighting under the turret onto EDG's side was in favor of them, and KT.RY Gaming overstayed.
Yeah.
And right now, we're back to even level playing field wherein both sides are pretty much 24.8k gold in this state.
And this is where you have to respect Edward Gaming. Team fighting is the name of the game every single time. 0711, yeah, going in, stand united.
Shen.
At least here by the Thon, you might actually get caught out, especially with the Ram. You just have the magic shield, but it's not going to be enough to save his life. Langi still commits. Headbutt pulverize on the 2. As 0711 lands the damage. Crucial barrage as well. Only needs to land that one auto attack to finally get the 1-for-1. And they do.
And they do get that kill, so it's a 1-for-1. Camille traded in for a Kali, and EDG, securing the Rift Herald, pushes down the bottom lane as well, gives them the priority later on for the Ocean Drake.
Mid lane though has been pushed in by Shama, which is a great answer towards Edward Gaming's intention in the bottom lane. This will mitigate a little bit of the rotations here of EDG, but not really too much since most of their champions actually are quite mobile.
Yeah, but KT.RY Gaming is so clever, right? You can get the bottom lane, doesn't matter, we could get the mid lane. And this was very smart of EDG to do as well. They were able to do it, but this is one of the difficulties of the lineup of KT.RY Gaming. Having just the Shen availability for KBG gives you that extra manpower when it comes to that team fight, and that was just so good. And EDG, Langi was able to go for that double man outcome. That was the reason why they were able to get that 1-for-1 trade, which was really good. But time and time again, EDG still has to respect Shen availability for KBG.
It can easily turn the tides around. You think it's going to be a 1 versus 1, you'll never be so wrong, because one cast of the Stand United will suddenly allow KT.RY Gaming to have the numbers advantage. And that was true for the initial parts of that team fight a while ago in the bottom lane. Regardless, KT.RY Gaming still having a great performance here today. Xiaoma and the Thon though are the ones leading the gold chart, which is a great indication of their scaling as well. Yu Wilson will not find anyone though.
Yeah, this is a little bit expected, right? Because Xiaoma was able to get the first blood into the bottom lane a while ago. Xiaoma alone was able to get the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, right? So that is already to be expected, and alongside that, Shen was always available when it comes to those fights. So that really is just perspective that KBG is banking on, and the reason why Akali is not on top of the gold leaderboards right now is just because of the Camille availability denying of Akali any space, any breathing room into this matchup. But Ocean Drake is now up. This will be a fight for objectives for both sides.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be tough. Let's see who is gonna be able to fully utilize their composition this time around. Who's gonna get the better end in the initiation as well. Because a while ago, KBG Gaming had them the first half. However, they got punished with their overextension. This time, vision as well through the Scuttle Crab is so much better here for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, X-Jang, face checks.
Counter-Strike as a response. Langui alongside with the rest of EDG is going to be
Returning.
helping Chao Jiang. The Dragon's going to be initiated. Call to War Shot going to be as well as the Dominus pops in for KG. Look at the intercept the back line. Chao Jiang might actually get taken down. The flash in by the Thong alongside with Honor 9 will secure him down as the Camille as well is going to get taken down. EDG is a disaster already, but they're still continuing onto the fight alone as well. Still going in with the auto attacks as well as the mystic shots. However, Dragon secured already by KBG Gaming alongside with the 2 kills. It's going to give them the better end.
KBG's lineup is just too tanky. Like, Xiaoma was just coming in for the free hit onto the Ocean Drake the whole time, and EDG went all in onto the likes of Shen, onto the likes of their support of Ornn, and even Akali. And they just lost so much time just because of it. If you're looking at these matchups, it was only Yu was going in for the target onto Xiaoma, denied with a spell barrier, so he just fell to the ground on that 2v1, while the rest of the crew for KBG Gaming was just holding Langui, 0711, and Alone Sad the whole time.
Great team fighting for KBG Gaming, as Edward Gaming this time was the one baited to commit towards Andra 9. And right now, not only did they deny Soul Point from Edward Gaming, but also amplify the gold lead that they have on a scaling composition. And things are looking a little bit blurry on the side of Edward Gaming this time.
Yeah, it is definitely a little bit blurry for the side of Edward Gaming. Their only hopes right now is to be able to put pressure on side lanes. This is one of the insurance for EDG. If they lose the early game, if they lose the mid game, they still have Camille, they still have Jax to be able to go for those split push.
Let's see, Chao Jiang, he has a big responsibility for that split push. He has to pressure a little bit more. KBG as well has been known to just easily adjust on the split push as well. They can send Andra 9 to be in the side lane instead of KG if ever KG is having too much trouble handling the Jax. They've tried that already in some of their games. Andra 9 being able to have a better angle for those split push. Langui needs to be very careful though. Jiang just being helped out for the meantime. 2,000 cut down to 1,000 goal lead this time by Edward Gaming. To still scale better than KBG Gaming.
They will definitely scale, right? Because we always have to remember, what is EDG lineup composed of? Right, you have Jax, you have Camille. These are tanky champions, not necessarily having the greatest damage of champions. You have Kha'Zix, which is strong individually, especially if you can activate the passive. But when is the time that you'll be able to activate the isolation target, isolation passive? Not always, especially when it comes to team fights. So their only dependency is Ezreal to deal damage later on, which is not enough.
Not enough at all. And I think it would be much better for you to actually use the Hexic Ultimatum onto the Akali instead of the Sivir, because there's zero chance for it to be dodged. And you would be able to pin down the Akali for at least a brief of time. That's, I think, going to be the more important strategy of Edward Gaming.
Yeah. The problem with that, on the other hand, is Andra 9, if he gets, Hextech Ultimatum,
they go for Alone as well, with the Ornn Horn being used onto him as well. Sad United was used a little bit early, but they're still committing onto the fight. Langui goes in though with a 2-man knock-up. Gets the isolation as well towards the support.
Yu still buying enough time with the stasis as well. Bishop Barrage is gonna be used as well, but Yu's still gonna be taken down as Honored 9 still getting the assassination done. They get a better end on that trade, 2-1. KBG still having the better team fighting execution here against Edward Gaming. They still are not done! The flash in into the taunt, and they follows up as well with the shuriken taunts now. Xiaojiang, or rather, will get taken out in the very end. That's 4 people piling onto the Jax, and no way for him to escape.
That was just perfect coordination. It was picture perfect. There was no mishap into that execution, and now the Baron is open.
Easily taken here by KT.RY Gaming. 0711 saying, no thank you, I'm not gonna contest, and it leads now, giving the chance for KBG to take this without any hesitation.
Yeah, EDG is currently bleeding already. They're bleeding gold, they're bleeding kills, and they're bleeding turrets. Right now, KBG is on the precipice to be able to finish this game unscathed. If you're looking at that matchup, it was covered on how KT.RY Gaming was able to do this, right? They were able to go in with the taunt focusing on you. They were able to isolate Ornn into the turret, which gave them that 1-for-1. But you still have to remember that KT.RY Gaming has individually those single targeted CCs gives them so much advantage, and Xiaoma on top of it all that has on the hunt team fight prowess. KT.RY Gaming is definitely leading the charge, and the ton with that flash taunt.
And like the follow-up is instantaneous as well. That's what's really fun to see on the side of KT.RY Gaming. Right now, KJ is gonna be in a bad spot. 0711. A little bit late there in that fight, but it's still okay for KBG. They can still push into the mid lane, still push the bottom lane, and while they're at it as well, the thought is just taking this dragon for absolutely free.
It's worth, right? You have the push power into the bottom lane and even the mid lane as well, with Xiaoma being that pressure point. And right now, Yu
still is going to be able to tank in a lot of that damage, especially that it's just Langui and Xiaojiang. Turrets falling down one by one. KBG this time though are going to be engaged. Hookshot did not connect onto the wall. That might be not good here for you, but the Standardite is going to be used as well. Langui trying to zone in the members of KT.RY Gaming, but the Ornhorn is still massive to knock up as well. EDG cannot penetrate the defenses, but Langui still try for the second time. Xiaojiang as well. Stace is going to be used by the Akali, actually by Xiaoma to try and buy enough time. Still able to flash away as alone this time. Looking to deal the damage. Yu's gonna be the last one to survive. Still flash away, still wanting to survive. Anran, for a re-engage, will not push through it this time as Edward Gaming trying to push them back.
They have to back off. Xiaoma's still alive, but EDG, their front to back and their individual focus against KT.RY Gaming now bought them time to be able to still fight back up against KBG. It was just the right moment, because when KT.RY Gaming lost their Baron buff, it was a signal for EDG to pounce.
EDG though, even if they pounce time and time again, they don't seem to have the landing strike onto the crucial members of KT.RY Gaming. They try, the damage still not enough. And if we look at the stats as well of their players individually, we see Xiaoma still being untouched in the backline. No matter how many attempts Edward Gaming has made so far here in this game, that's still gonna be the case every single time.
Yeah, every single time. And especially if Xiaoma's alive, those boomerangs are gonna ricochet onto those team fights. Not something that EDG would want. Especially how Xiaoma already scaled with pretty much 3-4 items already in his vicinity, in his inventory. KT.RY Gaming right now has just so much damage built into their 2 carries.
Big damage, big scaling, big AoE as well. And executing damage is perfect. It's something that we have talked about during the drafting phase itself. We loved the composition here of KT.RY Gaming having the better win conditions in general, but let's see how Edward Gaming is still going to be able to fight back in case. Right now, 0711 actually starting the Elder Dragon despite KBG being intact here in the mid lane. KG is going to be a little bit late, has to teleport still. Is going to be joining team. Xiaojiang looking for an angle. Yu's going to be able to stop them for a brief of time as Iron goes in actually. Langui looking to disengage. Backlane is going to be breached for the meantime. Stace is going to be used by the Jack to buy enough time. The rest of the team to actually able to follow up later on. Time to disengage. KBG still threatening despite any attempt by Edward Gaming.
Look at the damage of Xiaoma. I don't know if we could look back at that replay, but even if no one died. But the thing is, the damage of Syama, if left alone open, it just hurts. Like, used HP bar is getting shredded down to pieces every single time. So that's still something that EDG has to respect. Yes, they could go for Unreal 9, but if Syama's left alone, it still could hurt them and punch them in the back.
They field every single time. They try to burst Anra 9. He manages to stall out. They try KG as well.
Angry.
And still, Xiaoma is being able to free hit. Right now, they're feeling every bit of shuriken and ricochets landing onto them. They have to disengage, but the flash is going to be made here alongside with standing right here by the Shan. They're going to be in a lot of trouble. Zero7 and still going to be walking away, but Camille's going to be dead. Alone, trying to kite with a missing shot. Crucial Product is going to be used onto 2 members here of KBG, but it's not going to be enough. It's never going to be enough. Edward Gaming might have to give this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, it is EDG that has to put a sacrificial lamp into that team fight, because 0711 will be important here. The question is, can he reach the Elder Drake?
Oh man, this is gonna be tough, man. KBG getting the big ancient dragon. The most crucial part of this game when the Baron's available as well.
They can't. This is pretty much a 4v3. Still have the ultimates as well ready, and to add to that, the Elder Drake is for the side of KT.RY Gaming, so that execution, that Elder Dragon execute, will hurt them so much.
The breath of fire of the Elder Dragon is gonna be massive here for EDG. They're already struggling regardless of any objective. They haven't won a team fight yet, except for that bottom lane overextension by KT.RY Gaming. That's it. That's basically it. Edward Gaming has been struggling ever since. They have been waiting for KBG to make a mistake, but they haven't been making any yet.
Wow. Still no mistakes thus far. One team fight will definitely end the game in favor of one side to the other. Will be important to not make a mistake here. Right now, KBG is starting the Baron.
Can EDG bank on 0711 stealing potential on this
3K
Baron? They have
HP left.
no vision on the Baron, and it's gonna be uncontested regardless. KBG getting the double buff.
Oh, that will be interesting, because I was thinking that 0711 alone could opt to try and go for the Baron buff. Like, despite KBG having the Elder Drake still, it's just too difficult right now to fight up against KT.RY Gaming with both buffs available to their side.
Yeah, and EDG has no way to answer. They have no choice but to let these minions push into their towers and maybe try to get a little bit sneaky here. Andra Knight still able to stall, but the Stasis is going to be used, and now 0711 gets caught, gets easily deleted here by KBG, and now they're marching onto the base. Mid inhib is already taken. Top lane is being pushed by KG. And EDG cannot do anything but watch as their turrets fall, their structures fall, and base crumble. But this time, Mexico, they may want to shove, but still going to be denied actually here as EDG crumbles instead and bounce down to KBG.
History repeats itself. KT.RY Gaming once again dominates EDG in a 1-0 here in a best of 1 series that we've had. To have that bracket placement for Season 2 finals, it's just a lot of aspects of mistakes and mishaps for the side of EDG that lost them that game. No damage when it comes to their composition, and they did not contest that Baron buff as well, given the fact that if they lose the Baron, they lose the game.
Yeah, it's also just massive team fighting performance coming in from KT.RY Gaming. The positionings were always perfect. The backline was unbreachable. The defenses that you put up to protect everyone is impenetrable. And no matter how many times Edward Gaming attempted, every single attempt did not become successful at all. And regardless, EDG did a really good job. They still have 2 more matches for today, matching against G2 Blacklist and matching against KT.RY.
Yeah, definitely there are still 2 series to go for. There's still 2 matches to go for that we had here for the King of the Hill bracket that we've had, or King of the Hill format, which will be very interesting how these teams will perform. Yes, EDG could still snag away a win or 2, but just losing up against KT.RY Gaming puts down their possibility of placements down under.
Yeah. meaning first place this time is going to be a little bit more difficult than they anticipated it to be. And looking back in the game itself, it just has been a slow but steady and one-sided beatdown by KBG.
Yeah, it was a one-sided beatdown. There's just no damage, and we called it. Xiaoma, just look at the damage. It states it all. 45k damage. No one can touch Xiaoma all throughout that match up against EDG. And the thing was, EDG was consistent doing like a front to back all throughout that matchup, and that just availed or just allowed a freeway for Xiaoma to deal damage in the backlines.
45,000 damage, man. That is insane. And 0 deaths as well. It's just, again, just statements after statements here by KT.RY Gaming, telling EDG to not anymore hope that they will ever beat KT.RY Gaming. Maybe they can still try. But so far, based on statistics, based on the trend, and based on history, KBG is always the one that gets the last laugh.
And that is exactly what we are banking on. Statistics, and Xiaoma dealt so much damage just from that game, netting him the MVP title.
Yeah, I mean, he had an incredible performance. Did a whopping damage as well. 40%? We rarely see the number 4, or at least above 40
yeah.
On the damage charts here. Let's see on the next game as well, because it's going to be still another run in this round robin, the King of the Hill. We're still your shoutcasters, Kyung and Infinity, and we'll be right back after this short break. We'll be right back. After KT.RY and G2 blacklist, KT.RY Gaming and KT.RY Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. ThunderTalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions KT.RY Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Langqi and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against KT.RY Gaming.
On this dragon, this is gonna be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Langqi, body slam. The Grand Enter is gonna be used. Dominus as well. And the isolation gonna be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing FunPlus Phoenix to actually walk away. They have to disengage. Nobody died. EDG. Ooh, that was so close. Number 4. Stepping into the battle with a 3-man Dragon's Rage is what Shingdo7 did when contesting the dragon with ThunderTalk. As soon as the dragon spawned up, the opportunity for an aggressive play opened up, giving FunPlus Phoenix a clean sweep.
Shin is on the other side of that fight. Don's going to be going there. But Chow with the explosive cast to go out for the isolation, but he found Chang-Si. So that may not be the best target. He goes for the Justice Punch. Shingdo7 is not going to be able to steal it, as they will be giving it over to ThunderTalk. SkyFL there in the middle of it all. There is the Hero's Entrance saving them all. ThunderTalk, they are a little bit low, but can they get out there? Shin is going to get executed right there with a perfect execution. SkyFL going hard. That's 1, that's 2, and they are going to dive maybe for more. That's a 3rd kill onto Z, and now Chang-Si's down. It's just soil. This could be the ace, and it will be for FPX.
Number 3. Once again, the name Qingdao7 is brought up, choosing a cleverly concealed spot. Qingdao7's precise timing allowed him to approach and punish X-Byte's mistake, securing the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
Challenge G2B, they are playing defense, they are distracted.
好了，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优后。那么恭喜 KBG 拿下了今天的开门红，我们是邀请到了他们的中单选手RN9来到我们的赛后采访。你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 KBG 战队的中单选手RN9。
欢迎RN9。首先恭喜你们拿下了今天的开门红。
After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, Keepers Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. ThunderTalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions Keepers Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Lanqui and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming.
On this Dragon, this is going to be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Lanqui, body slam.
Was our coach in last season, so that is interesting. 那第二个问题想问一下，因为我们总决赛的版本是来到了 5.0 版本，其实从游戏层面上来说是一个蛮大的改动的，所以我想问一下，就是你们在比赛当中具体打起来的时候，觉得改动最大的地方在哪儿，以及这些变化对于你们的打法会产生怎么样的影响呢？
我觉得对于我们来说，其实打法什么的都没有什么太大的变化吧。然后其实这个版本比上个版本更偏向于团战吧。然后其实我们团战打得蛮好的，其实对我们没有什么太大影响。
也是可以看得出来，第一局确实有很多团战里面精彩的配合，也是帮助你们拿下了第一局的胜利。So the second question for him is the patch 5.0 is a huge change, and what is the biggest difference, and does it lead to any change to your play and your strategy? And his answer is actually we don't think the game changed a lot, and I would say this matter is more about our team fight, and we are really good at the team fight. 那我们这一场的赛后采访就到这里结束了。再一次恭喜 KBG 拿下了今天的开门红。那我们接下来把时间交给解说席。
After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, Keepers Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. ThunderTalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions Keepers Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Lanqui and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming.
On this Dragon, this is going to be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Lanqui, body slam. The Grand Entrance is going to be used. Dominus as well. And the isolation going to be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing FunPlus Phoenix to actually walk away. They have to disengage. Nobody died. EDG. Ooh, that was so close.
Number 4. Stepping into the battle with a 3-man Dragon's Rage is what Qingdao7 did when contesting the Dragon with ThunderTalk. As soon as the Dragon spawned up, the opportunity for an aggressive play opened up, giving FunPlus Phoenix a clean sweep.
Shin is on the other side of that fight. Don's going to be going there. But Chow with the explosive cast to go out for the isolation, but he found Chang-Si. So that may not be the best target. He goes for the Justice Punch. Qingdao7 is not going to be able to steal it, as they will be giving it over to ThunderTalk. SkyFL there in the middle of it all. There is the Hero's Entrance saving them all. ThunderTalk, they are a little bit low, but can they get out there? Shin is going to get executed right there. Where the perfect execution. SkyFL going hard. That's 1, that's 2. And they are going to dive maybe for more. That's a 3rd kill onto Z. And now Shang-Chi's down. It's just soil. This could be the ace, and it will be for FPX.
Number 3. Once again, the name Qingdao7 is brought up, choosing a cleverly concealed spot. Qingdao7's precise timing allowed him to approach and punish X-Byte's mistake, securing the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
Challenge G2B, they are playing defense. They are distracting ThunderTalk, waiting for SkyFL to go for it. Oh my god, so tense. SkyFL makes his way into the Baron pit. The steal coming in for FPX, and they've trapped Undertalk inside the pit. They've already gotten 3. Now Soil is gone, and Shin is the last man standing once again, but he will be standing now. What a hold from FPX. What a play from SkyFL.
Number 2. The formidable Langui, a cow-themed champion, may have caused FunPlus Phoenix a lot of difficulties. In the 13th-minute mark of the second match between Edward Gaming and ThunderTalk, Langui initiated a powerful engage, crushing 3 members of FunPlus Phoenix, and Edward Gaming secured 4 takedowns. Right now, it's 7-11, red zone out the members here of FPX just with his near presence. Actually, Langui doing a really good job already!
Whoa!
Setup, the knockout's gonna be perfect, and EDG's right now is just gonna be unstoppable in this onslaught. Onward to H is gonna be joining though with the birth ender. Langui going for the double knock-up, and Skyfell has to flash away alone, getting targeted here, but unable to be tapped by the members of FPX, and everyone is just dying on the side of this red side team. EDG getting 4 kills to none. And number 1. Keepes Gaming's impressive performance is making a strong comeback in the final series of the playoffs. In the deciding match against Edward Gaming in the branch finals, the Thon dashed Edward Gaming's hopes of victory with a 3-man steal followed up by KG's destruction of the opponents. Move coming in from EDG. Can this be successful? Though it can be the 50-50 that
KBG
they've
still
been
there.
wanting to do. 2,000, 1,000. The Thon is going in. The Thon got it. Thank you along the way as well. And then going out, but it's away. And KBG gonna be infiltrated. Still gets one. KBG won the first game here in the first day of our final stage. Let's see though. Edward Gaming, looking to redeem themselves this time around, will be facing G2 Blacklist in our second game, and we're still gonna be your shoutcasters, Giyong and Infinity. Of course, we're psyched up for the series, and we're having a bit of a question on what's gonna be the strategy this time by Edward Gaming.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, EDG thus far has been so strong up against KBG. Their performance in the past game was exceptional to say the least. But remember, G2 Blacklist in Season 1 was the one who made an upset. J-Team was beaten down by G2 Blacklist for G2B to be able to net the top 2 in Season 1.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist is looking so strong right now. They recently defeated Naos Esports in the last day of the APAC qualifier for the final stage. They won against Cerberus Esports in a dominating fashion as well. EDG, after experiencing a bit of a loss against Keepes Gaming this time, has to step up. We're going to the stage this time to see both of the, at least the teams right now, to battle against each other. We see Edward Gaming onto the stage. Let's see what they have in store for us this time around on this game. Looks like G2 Blacklist is not going to be there on the stage as well. It's going to be an online setup for them this time.
Yeah, I think that's something that we have seen a while ago, and even yesterday, how G2 Blacklist will be playing on online. So it will be unfortunate, but we'll see if their performance can still rise up against EDG, especially with what we have mentioned a while ago. The momentum will start in Game 1, and EDG won that in a dominating fashion.
I mean, regardless, right? The teams or the people that are supporting the teams will support the team regardless of where they are. Whether it's online or on-site setup. Edward Gaming, look to ban almost the same champions right now in this game number 2 as they retain on red side. But they did not ban out the Gragas this time around. They're leaving it open, potentially to give it towards Langui.
Yeah, it will be open for Langui possibility here for this. But right now, Ezreal, Ornn, Evelynn removed by G2 Blacklist already. For the side of EDG, we have a Varus ban, a Zoe ban, which leaves Akali open for G2 Blacklist if they want to pick it up.
Interesting available champions this time around as the Lucian gets banned a little bit early by Edward Gaming. A while ago, it was banned away during the second rotations, but knowing Aaron, right? He loves picking up the Lucian every single time, is willing to first pick at it as well.
Oh.
But the Hecarim being available will not be hesitated to be locked in for KD.
Yeah. KD will have a very proficient champion on his hands. Hecarim right now, as we have seen over the past few weeks and even months as well, a really strong engager of a jungler as he is, but Akali open for EDG, and that will be an immediate lock-in, no hesitation whatsoever for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, especially after seeing how Under 9 performed really well in that game number 1 and how Yu oftentimes is really strong on the Akali as well. This time, he wants to finally get that strong champion under his belt, and this time, Renekton as well as an early game, strong, aggressive champion is going to be secured here by Edward Gaming.
Camille could be open as well for G2 Blacklist. Jax is open for that individual matchup up against Xjang on the top side of the map here for G2 Blacklist, but Aatrox is open as well. We've seen G2 Blacklist play it out, and considering how G2, or well rather the recent patches, has removed that jungle potential of Aatrox, expectedly this will be in the hands of Ime on top side.
Yeah, we see this a lot as well. Sona gonna be picked up a little bit early because whenever we see Hecarim and Aatrox, oftentimes the enemy team bans out both the Severe and the Sona. This time 0711 gets its hands on the Lee Sin, the recently tuned up Lee Sin.
And the thing is, EDG has to ban away the Sivir, because Sivir will be a good complement into G2 Blacklist's lineup. Aside from Ashe as well, this utility ADC would be really good for G2 Blacklist. Aside from the possibility of that strong damage as a Sivir of an ADC that she is, you still have that on the hunt. You still have that extra mobility that could give Sona, that could give Aatrox, and even Hecarim that extra push for those team fights later on. And you called it already, Yang. Lee Sin being locked in for EDG means that there is a strong punch onto the HP bars of the likes of Aatrox and even Hecarim in this game.
Lots of executing damage on the side of 0711.
There we go.
Severe banned away as we anticipated it to be. So what's going to be the ADC here for Golden Kite? He has a lot that he can choose from. Regardless of the bans, we have still seen him use quite a bit of his comfy champions. Zed is still available. He wants to continue on the DPS channeling as well for G2 Blacklist. He has a lot of front lines to begin with anyway.
Yeah, and the reason why Nautilus is also banned by G2 Blacklist is because Sona wants to extend quite a bit, right? You want that extra damage just because of those resets, because of the songs. You want those damage to connect, and that is a good ban away from G2 Blacklist, but EDG denies the Zeri out of the hands of Golden Kite.
This time, what is Golden Kite going to be using? Xayah still going to be very useful, especially because of that Feather Storm, to be able to at least dodge some of the damage instances coming in from Edward Gaming. It has the feathers as well, scattering all over the team fight, that can be used with a Blade Caller to at least add in a bit of CC coming in from G2 Blacklist. Vladimir as a response would be interesting. A standard matchup towards
There we go.
Switching it up, Camille with the better isolation and also just that pin down on the single target.
Yeah, we mentioned this, we touched up onto it, that Camille is open. And it was a bit of a shocker that Aatrox was locked in, but now it makes much more sense. You have a beefy lineup. You also have a Sona that could have that extra mobility for the likes of Aatrox, for Hecarim as well. Not as much as a Sivir, but this will be good enough, and Xayah will be their main damage dealer in that extra source of crowd control with the feathers. So thus far, G2 Blacklist is banking on to their defensive capability type of composition for this game up against Edward Gaming.
And our viewers as well are banking 89% of those watching, especially in the CN Confidence, are rooting for Edward Gaming to win here in this game. Let's see how G2 Blacklist is gonna be defying the odds and the expectations as well, as they do have an interesting composition. Lots of sustain, lots of frontline, lots of DPS as well, and crowd control, similar to how KBG actually did draft their composition a while ago. And Edward Gaming this time are double downing on the executing damage, especially because of their Akali and their Lee Sin.
Yeah, here we go. The first matchup for the Philippine representatives, G2 Blacklist once again batting up against the Titan EDG. The strongest team thus far here in Wild Rift League Asia. Here we go. It will be exciting, but thus far, it's all about those patience game. Every single one of these players, every single one of these champions who wants to play it a bit more late, play for a laning phase for now, reach that level 5 before they engage. And this is one of the exceptions, rather, for Lee Sin, for EDG. you can have that possibility of going in for the quick ganks, for the quick engages. But given the fact that how G2 Blacklist composed their lineup with tanky mid laner, with the Camille, you also have a little bit more sustain for top side. We're still going to wait for that level 5.
Yeah, a quick invade as well by KD into at least the Raptor camp there of 0711 is gonna cut him a bit of that XP and gold. That should allow this Hecarim to have a better early power spike in terms of level and possibly some item as well. What's interesting about the composition of G2 Blacklist as well is that almost every single champion has their own sustain. Add in the Sona sustain and shields as well. It's gonna make this composition a lot harder to burst.
Yeah, and that will require now EDG to have an Executioner's Calling, or even the likes of the shield that could negate that from the items here by EDG. You have to build that later on. Expectedly, it will be towards Renekton or even the likes of Zeri and Gragas. So we'll see how this will turn up.
Early engage. Ignite as well, gonna be used to flash. But the backstab by KD immediately blows up the plans of Edward Gaming. First blood and 2 kills for G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, amazing map awareness here by KD. We did not expect these early engages, early fights, even considering that this isn't Hecarim that we're talking about. But with how overextended EDG was into the bot side of the map, it was just an opportunity that KD has to take.
After seeing the engage, KD immediately followed up.
Yeah, it was just super clean. I mean, there was nothing to mince there. It was just KD is on to the bot side of the map, went in for that overextension for Edward Gaming, and they were able to capitalize.
Oh man, that's an incredible start coming in from G2 Blacklist. 1,000 gold lead already established. Edward Gaming this time has to bounce back. It was a bit of a bad start already, especially for 07. But this time, level advantage again with G2 Blacklist. They take down the Lee Sin. KD also fighting back still, is untouched onto the back line. And G2 Blacklist will secure 3 kills. KD survives with 1 HP.
The most ideal start that G2 Blacklist could ask for. They get a 5-1 2k advantage up against EDG. They get priority in the bottom lane. They get prio in mid lane and top lane as well. So this is already a very good state for this team. They just have to lock in alone, lock in onto Akali as well. And there's just no opportunity for EDG to fight up against G2 Blacklist.
This time though, Aaron is in a bad spot. 0711 not landing the Sonic Wave is going to be a bit bad, but hopeful. Xiao Jiang, they still find the kill. 0711 getting the last hit as well.
Yeah, and this is where EDG has to start up. Right, 0711 has to pay a visit on top side, mid lane, and even the bot side of the map, because if not, this will just be KD wrecking havoc in their own jungle, wrecking havoc in each and every single lane, and that has to be controlled by Edward Gaming.
KD is like, your camps are mine. Every single camp I go through that has still, you know, some monsters in it will be just easy to take in by my champion Hecarim. And later on team fights, this Hecarim is going to be untouched, unstoppable as well. So much sustain, so much mobility is going to be given towards him as well because of the Sona. This time he may be in a bad spot. That's the knock up and that's the kill as well.
Good visit coming from Edward Gaming. We called it already. They have to pay a visit. They have to put a pressure point up against G2 Blacklist, and thus far they are proving that is something that they will do. Holding on to Ime, holding on to their top laner for G2 Blacklist is a first step to be able to even out the playing field.
EDG as well, finding back slowly but surely, recovering a bit of the gold that they have given towards G2 Blacklist in the initial parts of this game. They're catching up. A while ago it was 5-1, but this time 5-3, not really the worst one. Still, EDG can look forward to having those bursts later on, but great setup by G2 Blacklist, already securing some vision in the bottom side river. Xiao Jiang though might be caught out here, not really the best target is the Hecarim, especially because of the amount of gold that KD already has picked up. That's a kick, and the follow-up as well. They take the Sona down early into the fight, and EDG
still. 0711, also the shadow is going to be used. Burning the Lee Sin alive. Still survives with 1 HP. And KT is going to be taken down. There's no sustain this time for the side of G2 Blacks. And everyone crumbles. EDG getting the priority now on this dragon.
The red buff was not enough. It was so close. But the Lee Sin, within inches of death, was able to go in for the retreat. And now, with only half HP, is running into the Drake.
Will be able to take this down. No one can steal this away from 0711. They were struggling a bit pre-5 minutes, but after 5 minutes, they bounce back.
Yeah, they were able to bounce back. 0711 was able to really roam around the map, was able to impact each and every single lane. And right now, Rift Herald will just be that option for G2 Blacklist. At the very least, have that handshake in first objectives. But we're now seeing the strength and the prowess that the Lee Sin has in this matchup. It was just so much burst damage change with the Dragon's Rage.
And a follow-up as well coming in from the rest of Edward Gaming with their top-tier damage. Definitely was felt by G2 Blacklist. Just one slight overextension by Draw, and it can easily be bursted away by the members of Edward Gaming.
Yeah, those war will now boil back into playing a bit more slowly for each and every single lane here for both sides. With exception for G2 Blacklist that can capitalize onto Shelly to place into the mid lane or even bottom lane as well if ever they want to prioritize the Ocean Drake later on. That could be something that G2B can do in the foreseeable future.
Let's see what are going to be the steps as well that G2 Blacklist are going to take. Slowly but surely, they're going to be looking to recover. But the steps are going to be a bit higher this time. Every single step along the way, especially because of damage power spikes this time of Edward Gaming. Langi as well can separate the members of G2 Blacklist just like a while ago. They did to take down the Sona early into the fight and also win the big team fight in that Dragon Pit. At least they take a turret in the bottom lane with Shelly helping them out.
The only options there was mid lane or bot lane. Right now, Langby
immediately, ult's gonna be used. Draw this time though, still not surviving. As Aaron looking to backstab at least Xiao Jiang here, but is being able to stall for so long. Lang as well gonna be joining the fight as alone. Follow up with the damage. 0711 goes in. A little bit cheeky there as you follow up. Shuriken did connect onto KT and should be able to take him down with a perfect execution. Langwing still slowing him down. Alone still free hitting from the backside. 0711 should be able to enter through the Sonic Wave and take the Xayah down. Ime tried to survive alongside with the Camille, but both of them will get taken out. Actually, Ime survives, which is good. But still a lot of kills coming in from Edward Gaming. The sustain this time, the saving grace of Draw is gonna buy enough time for Ime to walk away.
0711 is on another level from what he did from that early game, was able to come back. How Edward Gaming is on a deficit, they were able to play on an even level playing field. And look at 0711, just eyes on the jungler for EDG, just bouncing back and forth here into this matchup. And yes, G2 Blacklist was able to take a kill for themselves, but EDG answered back the counter. The eyes on KT, the eyes on these carries for G2 Blacklist, and within a blink of an eye, they're pretty much gone. EDG played that perfectly.
Perfectly catching the Sona and removing the sustain for G2 Blacklist, but they take the support this time. Slangu gets caught.
That's a good trade at the very least here for the side of G2 Blacklist, getting that kill. But nevertheless, it's not as effective. Like, it doesn't impact as much for Edward Gaming. The thing is, Edward Gaming just has to keep up the pace here, accelerate the carry potential of Akali, carry the potential of Zeri later on, because when they reach that point, the damage aspect of EDG will rise up. It will be too much, especially given the fact that Lee Sin's Dragon's Rage also has that percentage HP damage already. You have Akali as burst, you have Zeri as that constant DPS of Edward Gaming's composition.
4-1-5 is the score of 0711. A while ago, he was a little bit on the down trend, but after that one death, he was able to recover massively into this game. Yomus plus Triforce, already a lot of burst damage to take down almost anyone on the side of G2 Blacklist. He is on his way towards mid lane. Let's see what's going to be the plan here of G2 Blacklist. Regardless of any plans, it's going to be this made here by EDG.
Yeah. Just too mobile to gain access onto alone, but G2 Blacklist could now focus on to the Ocean Drake, now being started by EDG.
No vision on EDG side, actually coming from the red side jungle.
Backside.
Blacklist, the mid lane is going to be prioritized here. Next ultimatum into the Dancing Lally as they take the Zeri down. Actually, a great pick coming in from G2 Blacklist might signal them having the better end here for this Dragon. Denying the opportunity here for the soul point of EDG. Featherstorm going to be there to isolate at least some of the members here. Bedward Gaming, 0711 can still go in. Sonic Wave did connect onto the Dragon. Will he go in? There's no, they give the Dragon away.
The micro plays by G2 Blacklist is impressive to watch. KT
goes in onto the Lee Sin, forcing the flash. Xiaojiang as well. Back away with a slice and dice, but will be pinned down to the ground. G2 Blacklist cancels the intention there of EDG.
It's just so good. G2 Blacklist once again showing why they are deserving of the final spot. Their micro plays are impeccable. From what KT did to what these players are doing right now. It's too good. Golden Kite onto the deny of the explosive cast as well with the Featherstorm. Oh, I want to watch that once again because the thing is, right, EDG is just running away from that engage. KT started that up with the onset of Shadows, isolated X-Jack, and that was just a clean startup.
Yeah, it's the perfect punish towards the overstaying of EDG. They can never discount G2 Blacklist, but they also have the burst damage in them. They also have the suppression and just, you know, Sona things, passive. One auto attack will secure at least just one single target stun that can allow the rest of G2 Blacklist to follow up with the damage.
Yeah, it's too good. But so far, if there's any team that can put this back into the map, it's EDG. So far, coming into the early game, G2 Blacklist was able to net themselves 2.5k gold lead. EDG was able to return that immediately in mid-game. And thus far, just look at the gold. There's just pretty much nothing. No advantage for any sides.
And just zero at all. But it's time. Edward Gaming is looking for an advantage in the bottom lane, forcing at least the World Ender. An exchange of the Dominus. After spotting KT out, looks like they're just gonna be letting him be.
Just letting him be, just letting him slide. And Edward Gaming just has the map control advantage up against G2 Blacklist, and that will give them a much better chance to be able to punish and bait out G2 Blacklist onto the Baron or even Infernal Drake later on, just because they have the tier 1 turret in mid lane and even the bottom lane as well. And thus far here in the mid game, it's pretty much the map control, the macro plays that will play a crucial role into success for any team.
G2 Blacklist scaling up though. Late game is going to be the name of the game for the composition here of G2 Blacklist because the Sona will get tankier and tankier as well, already picking up 2 items that can help her durability along the way. And EDG, if they struggle to burst out draw, that's going to be so problematic for them.
Very problematic for them. But right now, just look how Edward Gaming is denying any vision from G2 Blacklist. And I believe that will be something that G2 Blacklist really has to conquer, because Edward Gaming, they consistently remove these visions. And if that continues, one mishap, one mistake, one misstep for G2 Blacklist, and it's over.
It's over. Infernal Dragon is going to be available as well in a short while. And that can signal a team fight as well. EDG, even if they struggle in the extended team fight, just one burst, again, in which they are very capable of doing, can turn the tides around. They have been waiting patiently for an opportunity. They have been trying as well. A while ago in the mid lane, they have been even in the bottom lane as well. So far, they are not successful. But one successful play might just be this Baron going down so fast.
I'm telling you, this won't be a misstep because there's no vision for G2B.
Easily taken by Edward Gaming in a blink of an eye. 5 seconds. They're able to shred down and melt the Baron so fast. Cast gonna be stole onto KT, isolating some of the members onto the shadows, and the Hextech ultimatum onto you. Dancing Banana as well. So many utilities used onto just one champion, but you still able to stall out for so long. And now alone, still flipping from the backside. Xiaojiang might actually be in a bad spot this time around, but still able to deal the damage. And everyone of G2 Black is crumbling to the ground. That's gonna be the ace in exchange for you.
What a play, and we've called this just moments ago before EDG has taken the Baron. There's no vision for G2 Blacklist, and just one mistake. There's no vision, there's no info, and EDG can now finish the game.
They land the biggest punch onto G2 Blacklist jaw, and G2B falls to the ground this time on their first match against Edward Gaming.
What a play, what a series of events. It's literally the story that we were telling, like, there's no vision on the objectives. This is what EDG consistently does. If this continues to happen, EDG takes the Baron, and it's pretty much just an over of a game. Because the thing is, you already have that tier 1 turret for EDG onto the mid lane, so that's one of the disadvantages. No vision. There's pretty much a lot of sources, a lot of aspects that EDG played, and it was all the right cards in favor for Edward Gaming.
I mean, the call there was really swift as well. They had the perfect angle in that time as well, perfect positioning too. And for G2 Blacklist, they had little to no information on what's going on. By the time they checked the Baron pit, the Baron was already taken, and EDG was ready for the counterplay.
Yeah, and you saw all the ultimates going down only onto a single target. And that was just the main focus that G2 Blacklist was doing. But EDG, well, that's consistently happening. They were punching back. They were having that free damage into the backside for the longest time. And at that point, it was over.
It was already over the moment we saw 4 ultimates being used onto the Akali, and alone being able to start free hitting onto the fight basically was the tipping point of G2 Blacklist. And this time, their strategy did not work. EDG this time is able to at least tie up the score that they have here for the round robin placements for tomorrow's matches as well. They only need to secure one more game, possibly against KT.RY, and they would be at least able to secure semifinals.
Yeah, it will be a run back in history here. Like season 1, it was how KBG was able to really just pursue into pretty much the top 1 position, right? And now EDG is fighting G2 Blacklist to gain that access, to gain that advantage into the bracket placements. And thus far, EDG already at a 1-1 standing, KBG at a 1-0 standing, and G2 Blacklist on a 0-1 standing here in the King of the Hill format that we've had for day 1 of the finals.
To think that it has started with a dominating start for G2 Blacklist, Edward Gaming then bounced back a little bit. Then we have seen a bit of an even matchup along the way towards mid game, and then suddenly one setup by EDG with the best perfect time as well to take the Baron, and then G2 Blacklist stepping into trap means that EDG, despite losing to KBG, is still as deadly as ever, especially with 0711.
Yeah, 0711 was nasty in a good way. Coming in from that game, he was pretty much single-handedly the macro plays that he was able to do, visiting onto the lanes, especially on top side of the map and even mid lane as well, just netted EDG so much benefit and so much gold that it was pretty much even, and losing the advantage that G2B was able to obtain in the early game.
Yeah, the only time he died was the first fight or the second fight in the top side river, but everything else was so clean from 0711. And next up, we are going to be seeing the match of KT.RY versus KBG Gaming. Infinity and I will be right back after the short break, and we'll be joined by Oculus. After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, KBG Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. Thundertalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions KBG Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Lanqui and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming. On this Dragon, this is going to be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Lanqui, body slam, the Grand Entrance is going to be used, Dominus as well, and the Isolation going to be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing FunPlus Phoenix to actually walk away. They have to disengage, nobody died. EDG. Ooh, that was so close.
Number 4. Stepping into the battle with a 3-man Dragon's Rage is what G2B did when contesting the Dragon with Thundertalk. As soon as the Dragon spawned up, the opportunity for an aggressive play opened up, giving FunPlus Phoenix a clean sweep.
Shin is on the other side of that fight. Don's going to be going there. But Chow with the explosive pass to go out for the isolation, but he found Chang Si. So that may not be the best target. He goes for the Justice Punch. G2B is not going to be able to steal it, as they will be giving it over to Thunder Talk. SkyFL there in the middle of it all. There is the Hero's Entrance saving them all. Thunder Talk, they are a little bit low, but can they get out there? Shin is going to get executed right there. Where the perfect execution. SkyFL going hard. That's 1, that's 2. And they are going to dive maybe for more. That's a 3rd kill onto Z. And now Chang Si's down. It's just Soil. This could be the ace, and it will be for FPX.
Number 3. Once again, the name G2B is brought up, choosing a cleverly concealed spot. G2B's precise timing allowed him to approach and punish X-Bike's mistake, securing the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
Challenge G2B, they are playing defense. They are distracting Thunder Talk, waiting for SkyFL to go for it. Oh my god, so tense. SkyFL makes his way into the Baron pit. The steal coming in for FPX, and they've trapped Thunder Talk inside the pit. They've already gotten 3. Now Soil is gone, and Shin is the last man standing once again, but he will be standing now. What a hold from FPX. What a play from SkyFL.
Number 2. The formidable Langui, a cow-themed champion, may have caused FunPlus Phoenix a lot of difficulties. In the 13-minute mark of the second match between Edward Gaming and Thunder Talk, Langui initiated a powerful engage, crushing 3 members of FunPlus Phoenix, and Edward Gaming secured 4 takedowns. Right now, 0711 red zone out the members here of FPX just with his mere presence. Actually, Langui doing a really good job already!
Whoa! The knockback's gonna be perfect, and EDG's right now is just gonna be unstoppable in this onslaught. Onward is gonna be joining though with the reverse ender. Langui going for the double knock-up, and SkyFL has to flash away alone, getting targeted here, but unable to be tapped by the members of FPX. And everyone is just dying on the side of this red side team. EDG getting 4 kills to none.
And number 1. KT.RY Gaming's impressive performance is making a strong comeback in the final series of the playoffs. In the deciding match against Edward Gaming in the branch finals, the Ton dashed Edward Gaming's hopes of...
赛后采访环节，我是优后，恭喜 EDG 拿下了这场比赛的胜利。我们也是邀请到了他们的下路选手 Alone 来到我们的赛后采访。你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的射手 Alone。
欢迎Alone，首先恭喜你们拿下了这场比赛的胜利，也是拿到了今天积分战的一个首胜嘛。那想问一下，因为这是你Alone选手第一次站在总决赛的舞台上，现在有什么样的感受呢？
就还是挺平稳的吧，心态。
心态挺平稳的，就哪怕可能是在总决赛，还是说放平心态，就像平常一样，打好自己的就 OK 了。
是的，只要做好自己就好了。
做好自己就好了，也是可以看得出来Alone选手的心态方面，我是真的非常成熟的一名选手。The first question for him is, this is your first time playing the final, and what's your mind? And his answer is, actually we are quite calm, and all of us are quite calm, and we just want to play our play like the usual, and I believe that we can win this game. 那第二个问题想问一下，因为你们的对手其实在上一局游戏里面是拿到了一个多战士这样可能偏中期打架的这样的一个阵容，并且在前期的时候2波团战就拿到了比较不错的一个优势。那你们是怎么去商量着说到中后期去找机会把这个比赛的局面给它翻回来的呢？
因为他们的阵容前面其实挺强势的，然后进野区然后没有防得特别的好，然后但是他们这阵容有明显的缺点，就是看不了视野，所以我们中期打团的时候就一直开他们的人。
中期的时候利用对方阵容的一个短板，然后利用视野差去找机会。The second question for him is, your opponent was on the lead in the early game with the mid-game composition, and what's your plan to bring the game back onto the track? And his answer is, well, actually, they played really aggressive in the early game, and we believe that because we have KT.RY, and we believe that we can make a comeback in the mid-game, and so we trying to find opportunities, and as a result, we find the opportunities, and we punish their mistake. 那我们这一场的赛后采访就到这里结束了，因为也是再次恭喜 EDG 拿下了这场非常关键的胜利。那我们接下来把时间交给解。
After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, KT.RY Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. ThunderTalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions KT.RY Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Langui and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming.
On this Dragon, this is gonna be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Langui, body slam. The Grand Ender is gonna be used, Dominus as well, and the isolation gonna be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing FunPlus Phoenix to actually walk away. They have to disengage, nobody died. EDG, ooh, that was so close!
Number 4. Stepping into the battle with a 3-man Dragon's Rage is what Shingdo7 did when contesting the Dragon with ThunderTalk. As soon as the Dragon spawned up, the opportunity for an aggressive play opened up, giving FunPlus Phoenix a clean sweep.
Shin is on the other side of that fight. Dog's going to be going there. But Chow with the explosive pass to go out for the isolation, but he found Chang Si. So that may not be the best target. He goes for the Justice Punch. Shingdo7 is not going to be able to steal it, as they will be giving it over to ThunderTalk. SkyFL there in the middle of it all. There is the Hero's Entrance saving them all. ThunderTalk, they are a little bit low, but can they get out there? Shin is going to get executed right there. Where the perfect execution. SkyFL going hard. That's 1, that's 2, and they are going to dive maybe for more. That's a 3rd kill onto Z, and now Chang Si's down. It's just Soil. This could be the ace, and it will be for FPX.
Number 3. Once again, the name Shingdo7 is brought up, choosing a cleverly concealed spot. Shingdo7's precise timing allowed him to approach and punish X-Bike's mistake, securing the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
Challenge Shingdo7, they are playing defense. They are distracting ThunderTalk, waiting for SkyFL to go for it. Oh my god, so tense. SkyFL makes his way into the Baron pit. The steal coming in for FPX, and they've trapped ThunderTalk inside the pit. They've already gotten 3. Now Soil is gone, and Shin is the last man standing once again, but he will be standing now. What a hold from FPX. What a play from SkyFL.
Number 2. The formidable Langui, a cow-themed champion, may have caused FunPlus Phoenix a lot of difficulties. In the 13th-minute mark of the second match between Edward Gaming and ThunderTalk, Langui initiated a powerful engage, crushing 3 members of FunPlus Phoenix, and Edward Gaming secured 4 takedowns. Right now, 0711 does zone out the members here of FPX just with his mere presence. Actually, Langui doing a really good job already!
Whoa!
Setup! The knock is gonna be perfect, and EDG's right now.
Welcome back to Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 Finals, and we're down to the 3rd match for today. I'm Infinity, and together with me is Autalus. Autalus, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I've been so excited, waiting for this finals moment to happen, and we are now down 2 games. The last 2 games has been such a banger. This time around, it will be the first match of KT.RY, which also has a very interesting fan base of themselves. So yeah, lots of expectations on the line, but more importantly, go APAC.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, APAC teams thus far. Unfortunately, G2 Blacklist lost up against Edward Gaming.
Fine.
But
it's
we
just
still
one
have...
game.
Yeah, absolutely. We still have KT.RY as one of the representatives for the APAC conference to match up against the best of the best, Best Gaming here right now for this game.
Yeah, this is the same 2 teams that we did send last time out, right? Like KT.RY from Korea, really a very consistent team in terms of success. Even though that they did some shakeups with their roster, it did not stop them to reach this far. However, and this is the biggest however, KBG is a team that hasn't lost to an APAC team since Season 1. Their perfect, immaculate record is on the line. And I have to tell you this, Infinity, with this 5-man roster featuring the MVP in the mid lane and the meta shifting in their favor, it's just so hard to stop them today.
Yeah, definitely not a stopping point. It's not something that will really put them into hindrance coming into this game, coming into this matchup. And once again, coming into Season 1, right, it was KT.RY Gaming who was already waiting into the grand finals. It's pretty much the same storyline that they're heading here today for the Day 1 finals.
Yeah, perfect record on the line against KT.RY Gaming. if anything, against KT.RY. If anything, KT.RY might just be that team. But as he did say it best, this is a team that has been a menace, has been on a tear since their first round. During the playoffs, right? Like, we have to remember they're not the top 1 team heading into the playoffs. The top 1 team was Thunder Talk, if I'm not mistaken, followed by Trace Esports. Both of them out of the competition because it is indeed EDG and KBG getting the nod in the CN conference. But make no mistake, since round number 1, they've been close to unstoppable. And I have to give credit where it's due. Unrun9 has been doing wonders once again on their Kali pickup is always very formidable. And in game number 1, we saw the double ninja composition being in full display, right? Like, you have the Akali, you have the Shen, and you know what's the best champion of the tone? All those tanky utility champions.
Absolutely. I mean, Unrun9 right now is just a god in the mid lane. It's just too strong, especially with KT.RY Gaming. With the history built onto this lineup, built into this team, it's just too far coming back to Season 1. Fortunately, KT.RY will play online, but at this point in time, it will be a tall task for KT.RY to be able to punish KT.RY Gaming as we head into the picks and bans.
Indeed, they will have to play on the top side, make sure that Rattel will be the one to own one side of the map, because that's how KT.RY was able to win a lot of games during the regular season, during the playoffs. And against KG, as you said it best, it's going to be a tall task. KG often gets overshadowed by his mid laner partner in Unrun9. But make no mistake, KG is one of the strongest Baron laner laning phase-wise. And his Fiora still needs to be respected by all the Baron laners in the world right now as we head over to the pick and ban phase. And immediately, that Tone and company is targeting the jungle options of Do.
Sin is at a very strong state, and even Evelyn as well. So banning these champions are all ready to be considered into the banning phase, but Kha'Zix as well is removed.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is one of the best champions of DAW historically speaking. It's one of his most successful champion. We all know how effective he is on the champion. Now this is going to be a big problem for KT.RY. A heavy priority on the Camille means that KBG can play it anywhere. Unrun9 can play this, KG can play this, even the Tone can play Camille in the jungle. I expect KT.RY to kind of prioritize the Shen, just trying to limit the options of the Tone and also give DAW something because of the numerous jungle bans. I feel that you kind of have to. You kind of have to at least give him a champion to work with.
Yeah, it will be such a mystery, right? How would both these teams go into their picks, right? Will Rattel still go for his Gwen? And how will KBG do their lineup? We've seen Camille go into the mid lane to match up against the likes of Akali, but Fiora is now going to be locked in as well. You've called it, right? The Fiora of KG is still something to respect.
Yeah, that's his best champion, right? Like, oftentimes, whenever KBG just wants to dominate one side of the map or wants to be at least stable on the top lane, they pick the favored champion of KG and the Fiora. Now the Gragas is going to get picked up here. The support and the ADC has been picked up for KT.RY. I really think now is the time for them to at least pick up a jungler. But no, they're not going to do so. And instead will pick up a Ziggs. They kind of want to play this slow, right? Oftentimes when you see a Ziggs, it is getting picked up for defensive purposes. You kind of want to scale up until the late game, and then you rely on your late game to really at least have a chance against the best team in the world right now. But I'm not really liking this because, again, it's really putting heavy emphasis on the late game team fighting, which we all know KBG is also very good at.
Yeah, you might not like this, but I'm loving this because thus far, look at KBG, right? They have 4 junglers already moved. And the thing is, KT.RY, after these banning phase, they are the first one to pick. So KBG is pretty much the one who is being like hindered when it comes to the jungle role. Yes, Camille could go into the jungle for KBG. We've seen it in the past, but that's still something of a mystery here. Like, what will the jungler be for both sides? As Yone is removed on top of it for KT.RY Gaming.
Yeah, that's like 5 junglers being banned away here by KBG. KT.RY, the response will either be a Shen pickup for them. And then my guess is KBG, if Shen does not get... Oh, wow. Okay, so Aatrox getting picked up will most likely be a champion for Rattel. Oh, this is going to be a problem though, because now you are giving KBG a lot of avenues to work with. And we all know, right? Like, because the thing here is, it's more of a checkmate by KBG. If you pick up the Shen, they will pick up the Gwen in the mid lane for Unrun 9, try to counter out the double poke composition, and then have the Camille as their jungler, which is still very effective. But now, KT... Whoa! Okay. How about we play the Syndra? Because that's one way to do it. KBG will be bringing out the newest champion in Wild Rift. And that will be the control mage in the mid lane in the Syndra.
Aatrox? Wait, what's going on? You have you have Ornn, you have Yuumi, you have Aatrox. Where are these champions going to go?
It's a top lane Yuumi.
Oh yeah, we're going back.
That was so long ago, though.
Yeah, we're going back to the classics.
I'm kidding. Okay, it's a support Yuumi, and then the top lane will be Ornn. But yeah, but that was long. That was so long ago. Shout out to Oasis Gaming. I believe it was Asila and company that pioneered that top lane Yuumi. I think that was over a year ago. But kidding aside, I think we have a very interesting draft here. They are funneling every resource on towards their Aatrox. We all know that Aatrox has been mitigated with a lot of changes in recent times in patches, especially on the jungle role, but it doesn't matter if you have enough utility to work him or to pair him up with. Now with the Yuumi and also the Ornn serving as the backup for the Aatrox, we could see a pop-up moment.
Yeah, it's a pop-off moment, but KT.RY is dipping their toes onto danger zones already. Going into this lineup, the reason why Yuumi has been eviscerated onto the meta right now is just because it gives you so much disadvantage coming into the early game. You're pretty much fighting a 4v5 all throughout early mid-game. During the laning phase, Yuumi is pretty much nothing. It's pretty much a champion that could deal a little bit of poke damage, gives you extra sustainability, but not as much as to other champions that could go full-on team fighting.
And one way to mitigate it is to really mix things up and go for a lane swap. KT.RY is all about surprises. They're sending their Yuumi lane over to the top lane. Now this will be the very interesting matchup in the mid lane. Acrobat, by the way, their dragon laner is serving as their mid lane. Rattel will be here to absorb pressure. We saw this kind of strategy a while back, you know, against G2 Blacklist, in where they picked up the Garen, have Rattel absorb the pressure in the bottom lane, and that worked wonders for them. You look at how KT.RY has done this best of one special, right? They want to out-cheese and out-strategize KBG, and is going for a cheeky invade on the top side, but the Tone is so ready to respond.
Yeah, I'm so not into this lineup with KT.RY. I have to be honest, because the thing is, these best of one games is not something that could really just go in and experiment, especially up against the best team in the season thus far, defending champions back in Season 1. And just having the Yuumi in your lineup, you need to play so further down the line. You need to buy time, and Yuumi is going to be a utility champion that could give you so much.
First blood?
Jatan!
Almost. I was holding my breath there, but look at the punish that KBG is doing right now, right? Like denying XPs and gold from Rattel. Might even be able to get a kill here because the wave is crashing. He has to be careful.
Yeah, and this is a double-edged sword pretty much here for the side of KT.RY, as the first blood is secured by KBG, as you're pretty much being hindered across all fronts.
Yeah, it's this is pretty much the way to do it, right? Like if someone lane swaps, inherent disadvantages on the bottom lane for sure, because the tower is a lot squishier. And we see here a level 2 Rattel is not as tanky as he should be. A very easy dive. And even using the flash, it gives information towards KBG. The good thing for KT.RY is that Ornn doesn't really need a lot of gold to be effective, right? Like, and that mainly is the reason why we often see Ornn being picked up as a support, because with little gold, you can still be very effective, especially if you are able to utilize your ultimate effectively. Now, KBG will be responding with towards the top side. They don't want the lane swap to really hinder their tempo, but KT.RY is responding with a back and forth, right? Like, we are going to chase after you. We're going to let Rattel handle the duo lane.
Yeah, it's very straightforward. Because the thing is, like, Ornn will just be Warmug's armor, and then you're pretty much good to go. You're just gonna be like Horn champions to start up team fights. But from what we have mentioned a while ago, like disadvantage on all fronts, not like this KBG. Rattel can't do anything.
Yeah. And you still have to say the UU special is still in full effect. What UU did there is to use explosive gas, making sure the Ornn will not be within the tower's vicinity. That's 2 kills to 0 in favor of KBG.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Keep Best Gaming right now is on a roll. They have 2 kills. Tower First Blood not even having the Rift Herald. This is what we are talking about. This composition relies for you to really go down the road, like further into the game we're in. It's 15 minutes, 20 minutes, where thus far in the current running meta that we've had, it's very accelerated. So the question is, can KT.RY reach that point where Yuumi will be of use?
Ziggs will be their main defense champion. However, we all know that the best way to deal with the Ziggs is to dive him underneath the tower, which is a very easy thing to do if you have the Camille. And if you are very accelerated on the other lanes, which we all know right now, KBG, with the way they responded with the lane swap that was initiated by KT.RY, you could not ask for anything more, right? This is the way to do it. You attack on one side of the map, and now we are seeing a big gap between KG and Rattel, 1,000 gold disparity, and that will just balloon even further if this continues. KBG getting that first tower is huge.
And you have to consider, right, that KBG has locked in onto a Lucian. And Lucian is an early game champion. Having 2-0-0 already accelerates that point wherein
I know
KBG could just snowball.
Yeah, in this Rift Herald, if KBG gets this, that's as good as 3 full towers that they can get. And that's the reason why they want to challenge this.
The Ton going into Rattel with a Tech-Sec ultimatum. Still a tanky
Horn.
champion despite being locked in. UU down low already. Has to use the flash over the wall to deny that bombs coming in from Acrobat.
Yeah.
And KT.RY won't be able to push back KBG.
KT.RY, that was a much needed win. Skirmish win on the Rift Herald, because again, if KBG was able to get this Rift Herald, they will be summoning it over on towards the mid lane. And we all know the health of the tower in the bottom lane, right? If you have the Rift Herald, it's most likely going to secure you all tower plates in the game. And how many times have we seen all tower plates be cleaned by one team? It's not that often that it happens, but KBG is on the way in doing so.
2v2 here into the dual lane. Acrobat.
Wait, UU! Did you see where UU came from? Like, UU...
Yeah.
UU was on the base of KT.RY. That's how dominant they are, at least in the early stages of this game. But good control so far, a good response by KT.RY, at least getting some gold for themselves in the mid lane by using the Rift Herald. The Dragon, though, went over to the side of KBG, which is most likely going to be their win condition, to try to mitigate the ultra scaling composition that KT.RY has right now.
Yeah, it's pretty much like early game with Lucian. Syndra's possibly going in for mid late as well. And you still have to respect the capability that a Syndra has CC-wise. Crowd control. Syndra is also capable of dealing so much capabilities into those team fights to deny the possibility for push here by KT.RY. Mega in for the bomb, puts Iron Knight's HP down to half. True Shot Barrage will miss within small distance there.
UU went for the engage, but unfortunately, that engage by UU was not right on the target, and so Luna will still be a-okay. But you see the angle that KT.RY is trying to do, right? Like, they kind of want to catch you off guard, really all those long-range ultimates from the Ziggs and from the Ezreal can surprise you in an instant. The only concern I do have is whenever you have a Yuumi, you don't really have a very big lockdown, right? Like the crowd control isn't going to be there, so it's not easy to really hit those skill shots, right? Yeah, sure, you have an Ornn that can at least put some crowd control on towards the opponent, but it's so hard to hit it, especially when you're this far behind.
Yeah, and I want to add to that point as well, because the thing is, having Ziggs, having Ezreal, and having Yuumi, this will probably be like how KT.RY will be dependent on the pokes, right?
Yeah.
They want to negate those HP bars of KBG before they start the fight, but you have to remember the KBG has Camille. They have Syndra, they have Gragas, and these three champions can start up a fight even from long range distance.
That's the way to do it, right? Like just trying to find a way to at least enter a team fight, but KBG still has the best disengage tool possible in the Gragas. We all know how good that is.
Into the flank, into the backside. As they want to start up the fight, you have Yuumi using the ultimate
finally.
as well already. He roots down the Ton. That's the first kill that KT.RY secures.
Yeah, the only question is how will KT.RY respond to this push by KBG, and it's just going to be very easy. Stasis by Acrobat, and you're looking at you trying to disengage.
Yu has to use the flash out to be able to retreat. You have Android 9 coming right
Here comes
through
Ratel.
as well. Now Daw will gain vision. This is a
little bit
4v4. But as you've mentioned, a little bit late, so KBG goes back unscathed.
Yeah, and the primary thing for KT.RY is to make sure that their tower in the middle lane does not go down. Because if it ever goes down, it's going to be very easy to infiltrate on towards the jungle of KT.RY, which is most likely going to be the downfall of the Ziggs composition that KT.RY is trying to play right now here in Infinity. Now, at least I would say it's a thumbs up because KT.RY was still able to defend the tower in the mid lane. The only concern I do have is that this is not the game Ratel is having fun with, right? Like, he was late in his rotations. He does not have the ultimate to really go for that long range engage, and that flash into the charge was a little bit, I would say, overestimation of his range.
Yeah, it's very uncharacteristic as well because from the past, KT.RY has huge dependence onto Ratel.
Yeah.
Especially with a Gwen. Ratel's pretty much a killer. But right now, it's non-existent. He had to be flexible. He had to be a team player. And that Ornn is not seeing the light of day.
Yeah, it's relying heavily on Daw and his impact on this Aatrox to really be that raid boss in team fights. Now Ratel does have access to the ultimate, can lock down Xiaoma and company. You have to be wary of those choke points because that's where they want to really start the fight.
Too far away, so the ultimate of Ratel going to be of waste. KBG has information that the Inferno Drake is now being targeted by KT.RY, but remember, they still have so much engaged tools in their vicinity, and just look at the placements or position rather of the Ton just on topside River Brush.
The more important thing for KBG is that they have the priority on the top side, right? Like they have a natural pushing wave, denying more experience, and so on from KT.RY. Xiaoma is also very fed and can really pop off at any given moment. Expect that one crowd control can really start the fight, and Yu is trying to look for an angle.
Oh, body slam now on but explosive cast once again missed out. This is 2 in a row. Because a while ago, the explosive cast was mistimed onto the Ziggs. And missed as well. KG now being the target here. Grand Challenge already used. Has to use up the flash as well to be able to proc up the Grand Challenge. Will not be able to do so, but still is.
Still very slippery for sure. Now I kind of want to know if... Okay, alright. Well, this Dragon Dance is still going to happen here in Infinity. Whoever wins this fight will most likely dictate the tempo advantage. And Ron
has sight on Android 9. Daw just secures the kill. That won't be the numbers advantage here. But KT.RY and the Ton is in danger. KBG still has the HP advantage, but Dragon is down low already, and KBG will secure it.
This is the power of KBG. The reigning and defending champion did not falter. Even without their mid laner, they still went for their goal, and that is to secure the Dragon. Give credit to Yu. He marked down the jungler of the opponent, and Dahl was not even able to reach the dragon, and that 50-50 was not even a 50-50 to begin with. We are going to enter a pause as someone asked for a timeout.
Yeah, it's a timeout for now, but KBG is just on a different level. But KT.RY thus far is doing a decent job into the lane this matchup, into the lane this game. They really just have to buy time. They really have to wait for that late game, because the thing is, if Yuumi and Aatrox is at that point wherein they're really, really strong, they're just gonna wreak havoc into the front lines. This will be the dependency that KT.RY will have in this game.
It's so hard to kite against the Aatrox, and yeah, especially if he's paired with the Yuumi. I still remember back in the day, we kind of dubbed the Aatrox as the unkillable Aatrox whenever he gets paired with the Yuumi, because that's just because you have a lot of utility and stats to work with the champion. Figure, however, I do have is that he can still die, right? Like, the amount of damage that is available to KBG still needs to be respected, right? We all know one thing about Syndra. You talked about the crowd control ability of the Syndra. In my opinion, it's not really the best thing, or it's not really, the thing that gets her picked. The main reason why Syndra is one of the most prominent mid-lane champions is because of the amount of single target bursts that you can do with your ultimate, right? And that's what you kind of need to really turn down, or to really to really just destroy an Aatrox. But the Aatrox, at least in that team fight in the second dragon, he was able to sneak around, and Unrun 9 was not impactful at all. The good thing for KBG though is that they don't rely on Unrun 9 lonely, right? They are going to find something else to work with to find the objective win. And KG requested a restroom trip.
Yeah. they requested for a restroom
Wait,
trip.
what?
They have to. They have to. You know what?
Wait, this is the first time I've ever seen a pause.
Yeah.
Because someone had to go to the restroom. I thought they were trolling, but sure.
Yeah, but going back from what you mentioned, I do love your point there about Syndra, because the thing I think Syndra is like, I don't know if it's like more similar to Orianna and Lux, but more towards the damage side and even CC side, with full control over Syndra. Like, Syndra alone could do those jobs very amazingly, because you have those long range CCs, you have pretty much like the homing ultimates as well that could deal burst amount of damage. So I think in that regard, that just makes him such a proficient mid laner.
Every single timeout that a Syndra gets picked, it's mostly because you have a very reliable wave clear, but two, if you ever get yourself in the perfect position to isolate a target, you can 100-0 anyone. That's the power of the Syndra, right? Like, that's the burst potential that is brought with this champion that is not present with the other options that you did mention, right? Like the Lux. Lux is more of like, I'm going to... Lux is a champion that has, I would say, identity crisis, right?
Absolutely.
You have a prismatic barrier, right? You have a shield, and you have damage, and you have CC. But with Syndra, it's all about offensive firepower, and that mainly is the reason why KBG is relying on its burst potential to really drill down not just the Aatrox, but all the other members of KT.RY as well.
Yeah, and it's just really good thus far. But right now, KT.RY is buying time, is being able to get those push. And the thing is, this is where they start to ramp up the ton. We'll meet Rattel. Into this fight, Yu goes into the backside, has to force out the flash for the side of KT.RY to go out into safety, but good hook shot for the stun, securing that kill.
That's the third death of Rattel. And you look at KG by himself, already getting the second tower in the bottom lane. They need to send someone.
KG is just getting a free inhib turret into the bot side. Now KBG starting a Baron while taking an inhib turret. It's just so good. It's a win-win situation for KBG.
And Yu will stand guard here. Daw trying to at least find the angle, but no can do. no ID, no entry. KBG gets the Baron and also gets the tower
good
in the
deny.
bottom lane.
Yeah, it's really good because the thing is, even if KBG lost their Fiora, it doesn't matter. That is their bait. They already got what, the inhib turret already into the bottom side of the map. Andron 9 unleash power, deny by stasis, but Andron 9 is just waiting on the horizon, securing the kill.
Back it up. KBG is still very unstoppable in their composition right now. With the power of this Baron, can just push down more towers to the delight of their fans. KT.RY struggling heavily to defend this tower in the mid lane, and rightfully so. This Baron empowered minion is just a problem to deal with.
It is a headache right now for KT.RY, especially how they want to play it. More of a delayed game against KBG. It's not going to happen anytime soon, especially how KBG is now having to only focus on mid lane and top side just because of Fiora getting that push on Inhib turret in the bottom lane, and Luna is already down low.
Shama will also be receiving some good damage from Luna, but again, those damage, it's easily just being countered by damage onto the primary objectives, which is the towers. KBG does not want to play the champion hurting style. They kind of just want to push down the towers and end this as soon as possible.
Yeah, super minions are already knocking onto the Nexus door, but KT.RY successful into pushing KBG back. But this is still such a huge problem. Inhib turret already down in bot side. 2 turrets left for KT.RY, mid lane and top side.
And the gap has just widened to a point of no return. 8.2k gap is the largest gap that we've seen so far with KBG at the helm. For KT.RY, the only positive thing that I can think of is that they still have the Ziggs, which is one of the best defensive champions. But now KBG is in the position to threaten a soul, an Ice Dragon Soul, which will automatically improve their winning chances to maybe 200%, because right now, like, it's close to insurmountable right now, Infinity.
Yeah, it's pretty much like 95% chance for KBG into taking this game, but having that soul will really just complement their winning conditions here. Explosive cast will not be successful into isolating their jungler for KT.RY. But looking into the backside, you have Lucian going in with 2 ultimates, almost removing the HP bars. But top side of the map, this will be the Fiora, this will be KG, who's looking for another inhib turret. That will be successful. And right now, KT.RY will lose 0, will lose their support.
And that's it. That's it. This has been the most fundamental approach I have seen KBG play a game, at least in recent times, and they made easy work of KT.RY now going for the GG push.
And the defending champions is not holding back their punches. The Nexus is already open, and KT.RY will fall to their knees as KBG secures their second win for day 1.
Still the unstoppable team that we've known them for, now back into their peak form, and also being granted of restroom breaks. KBG is just so unstoppable. I'm not 100% sure I'm a fan of whatever KT.RY tried to do, you know, going for the Yumi, trying to surprise their opponent by going for the all-in funnel Aatrox strategy, which we've known to be a strategy to work in the past. Against the best of the best teams, they can just outnumber you, out-damage you if you give them, you know, gold leads, such as what happened earlier. Like, all those skills that is being targeted on towards Rattel, one of their primary carries was easily translated by KBG to mid-game control to a point that there's no turning back. KG, by himself, was able to win one side of the map, and that's one thing that you have to scout always about KBG.
It's too good. And I'm telling you, right? This lineup for KT.RY, this could work back in regular stages, but now it definitely is not. Like, the thing is, Aatrox is not the best jungler already just because of the recent patches that we've had. Yumi, on top of that, needs so much time, and even then, you have the Lucian and Syndra availability for the side of KBG, which was such a difficult time for them. They cannot do anything out from that game. Just locking onto a double support. Well, Ornn was the top side, but giving it to Rattel, very uncharacteristic, and this was just the death of them from that game.
It was not really within our expectations that KT.RY will try to over plan things against KBG. I understand though, because you're playing against the best team in the world, and you kind of need to at least show some cheese strategies in this best of ones. But KT.RY was not given the opportunity by KBG at all. You look at the total damage dealt to champions, right? You're going to see KT.RY having the bigger damage on towards the champions, but KBG, their focus was not the champions, right? Their focus was the objectives, was the towers. KG by himself, it doesn't matter if it does not have damage on towards Rattel or anyone, right? The main objective there was how much damage was dealt to the turrets, how much damage was dealt to the primary objectives, and KBG easily was able to win that out. Now with this win, they improved their record to 2-0. And with a 2-0 record, it's almost secured for KBG to win or to get that, I would say, #1 spot for today, which automatically advances you to the grand finals.
Yeah, they already beat EDG a while ago, but thus far from that matchup, it's Yama who gets the MVP title 4-0-1. Massive amount of advantage, massive amount of lead that KBG was able to take just because of their ADC.
I was looking at the items. That's a double hex drinker. Not sure if that was right, but I often see it in TFT, but not here. Not here in Wild Rift. But we'll see though. Again, what a game.
What an amazing game, and we have 3 more to go right after this. We're just gonna take a short break. We're just gonna look at what can happen into the next game, but we're just going away. But don't go away because we are going to come back.
After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, KBG Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. ThunderTalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions KBG Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Langqi and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming.
On this Dragon, this is gonna be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Langqi, body slam, the Grand Enter is gonna be used, Dominus as well, and the isolation gonna be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing FunPlus Phoenix to actually walk away. They have to disengage, nobody died. EDG, ooh, that was so close!
Number 4. Stepping into the battle with a 3-man Dragon's Rage is what Shingdo7 did when contesting the Dragon with ThunderTalk. As soon as the Dragon spawned up, the opportunity for an aggressive play opened up, giving FunPlus Phoenix a clean sweep.
Shin is on the other side of that fight. Don's going to be going there. But Chow with the explosive cast to go out for the isolation, but he found Chang Si. So that may not be the best target. He goes for the Justice Punch. Shingdo7 is not going to be able to steal it, as they will be giving it over to ThunderTalk. SkyFL there in the middle of it all. There is the Hero's Entrance saving them all. ThunderTalk, they are a little bit low, but can they get out there? Shin is going to get executed right there. Where the perfect execution. SkyFL going hard. That's 1, that's 2, and they are going to dive maybe for more. That's a 3rd kill onto Z, and now Chang Si's down. It's just Soil. This could be the ace, and it will be for FPX.
Number 3. Once again, the name Shingdo7 is brought up, choosing a cleverly concealed spot. Shingdo7's precise timing allowed him to approach and punish X-Bike's mistake, securing the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
Challenge Shingdo7, they are playing defense. They are distracting ThunderTalk, waiting for SkyFL to go for it. Oh my god, so tense. SkyFL makes his way into the Baron pit. The steal coming in for FPX, and they've trapped ThunderTalk inside the pit. They've already gotten 3. Now Soil is gone, and Shin is the last man standing once again, but he will be standing now. What a hold from FPX. What a play from SkyFL.
Number 2. The formidable Langqi, a cow-themed champion, may have cost FunPlus Phoenix a lot of difficulties. The 13th-minute mark of the second match between Edward Gaming and ThunderTalk, Langqi initiated a powerful engage, crushing 3 members of FunPlus Phoenix, and Edward Gaming secured 4 takedowns.
欢迎各位来到这一场的赛后采访环节，我是优后，也是恭喜 KBG 再度拿下1分。我们也是邀请到了他们的辅助选手悠悠来到我们的赛后采访。你好，悠悠，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 KBG 的辅助选手悠悠。
欢迎悠悠，也是恭喜你们再拿下1分。那其实在第一场结束的时候，我采访209的时候，他说到这个版本可能更多的会偏向于团战，但是这一场其实你们是尝试了一个以打线，然后包括控边线为主的这样一个边带的阵容，其实阵容风格上来说是完全不同的。为什么要考虑这样子去换阵容？是想尝试更多的一些打法吗？
因为我们在藏东西吧，准备为第3天的总决赛做准备了。
已经在准备为第3天的总决赛做准备了，同时在藏一点东西，非常非常的自信。The first question for him is like Aaron Knight just said, teamfight is getting more important in this meta, but you in this game you picked a totally different composition, which focused more on the side lanes and the laning phase, where you're attempting to try some different comp. And his answer is, well, actually we just don't want to show them our secret weapon so early, and we are getting ready for the third day's grand final. 那第二个问题想问一下，因为这一场你们的对手在前期的时候也是选择了一个换线的打法嘛，那你们是怎么去应对他们这样的打法呢？
当我们看到他选猫咪的那一刻，就是我已经在麦里面就说他们这把大概是要换线的，大家做好心理准备就好了。
其实从对方的阵容选人方面就已经判断出来，他们有可能会选择换线，然后就提醒队友只要做好准备就可以了。因为换线这个打法，可能说咱们也非常熟悉了，对不对？
因为之前打了很多这种换线的对局嘛，所以说还是比较熟练的。
非常熟练，就只要做好准备应对就好了。The second question for him is, they swap the lane in the early game, and how did you deal with it? And his answer is, actually when they picked Yuumi, I know they will like swap their lane in the laning phase. I remind my teammates they gonna swap the lane, and you guys just get ready because we are so familiar with this play, so we can handle it very well. 那我们这一场的赛后采访就到这里结束了，再次恭喜 KBG 拿下了这一场比赛的胜利。我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, KBG Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. ThunderTalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions KBG Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Langqi and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming.
On this Dragon, this is gonna be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Langqi, body slam. The Grand Enter is gonna be used, Dominus as well, and the isolation gonna be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing FunPlus Phoenix to actually walk away. They have to disengage, nobody died. EDG, ooh, that was so close!
Number 4. Stepping into the battle with a 3-man Dragon's Rage is what Shingdo7 did when contesting the Dragon with ThunderTalk. As soon as the Dragon spawned up, the opportunity for an aggressive play opened up, giving FunPlus Phoenix a clean sweep.
Shin is on the other side of that fight. Dog's going to be going there. But Chow with the explosive cast to go out for the isolation, but he found Chang Si. So that may not be the best target. He goes for the Justice Punch. Shingdo7 is not going to be able to steal it, as they will be giving it over to ThunderTalk. SkyFL there in the middle of it all. There is the Hero's Entrance saving them all. ThunderTalk, they are a little bit low, but can they get out there? Shin is going to get executed right there with a perfect execution. SkyFL going hard. That's 1, that's 2, and they are going to dive maybe for more. That's a 3rd kill onto Z, and now Chang Si's down. It's just soil. This could be the ace, and it will be for FPX.
Number 3. Once again, the name Shingdo7 is brought up, choosing a cleverly concealed spot. Shingdo7's precise timing allowed him to approach and punish X-Bike's mistake, securing the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
Challenge Shingdo7, they are playing defense. They are distracting ThunderTalk, waiting for SkyFL to go for it. Oh my god, so tense. SkyFL makes his way into the Baron pit. The steal! Come coming in for FPX, and they've trapped Undertalk inside the pit. They've already gone 3. Now Soil is gone, and Shin is the last man standing once again, but he will be standing now. What a hold from FPX. What a play from SkyFL.
Number 2. The formidable Langui, a cow-themed champion, may have caused FunPlus Phoenix a lot of difficulties. In the 13th-minute mark of the second match between Edward Gaming and Thundertalk, Langui initiated a powerful engage, crushing 3 members of FunPlus Phoenix, and Edward Gaming secured 4 takedowns. Right now, 0711 red zone out the members here of FPX just with his mere presence. Actually, Langui doing a really good job already!
Whoa!
Setup! The knockback's gonna be perfect! And EDG right now is just gonna be unstoppable in this onslaught. On128 is gonna be joining though with the first ender. Langui going for the double knock-up! And Skyfell has to flash away alone, getting targeted here, but unable to be tapped by the members of FPX. And everyone is just dying on the side of this red side team. EDG getting 4 kills to none. And number 1. KT.RY Gaming's impressive performance is making a strong comeback in the final series of the playoffs. In the deciding match against Edward Gaming in the branch finals, the Ton dashed Edward Gaming's hopes of victory with a 3-man steal followed up by KG's destruction of the opponents. Move coming in from EDG. Can this be successful? Though it can be the 50-50 that
KBG
they've
still
been
there.
wanting to do. 2,000, 1,000. The Ton is going in. The Ton gets it. Thank you along the way as well. And then going out, but it's away. And KBG gonna be infiltrated. Still gets 1 kill. And they turn again onto the members of EDG. This time around, 0711 is gonna be caught. Unable to cast the ult in time. Alone, still trying to kite. KG still alive. The Stand United is just saving grace of KBG. It's a disaster for EDG. Thank you so much for tuning in to this week's Top 5 highlights. Let's follow the final matches of the championships and keep cheering for the teams we love. My name is Giyang, and see you again on the next video.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Welcome back, everyone. We're still the same people. I'm Infinity, and this is Otaluz. And once again, it will be interesting because right now we have a CN versus APAC matchup once more.
Yeah, with what we've seen earlier, with how one team was pretty much dominated by the CN team, at least this time I feel it will be a lot closer. It will still be KT.RY, but this time we'll be facing against EDG. EDG will most likely win against KT.RY, but I feel that KT.RY will now try to play the game the way they used to for during the regular stages, which is try to rely on Rattel winning the side lane and winning the game for them.
Yeah, I think it will be something that they really have to depend on. It's not just going in for testing out a lot of these compositions, because once again, emphasizing that this is a best of 1 series.
Yeah.
And in a best of 1 series, it's all stakes at the line. It is all eggs in one basket. One loss, you're pretty much out.
Yeah, so what will happen here, and let's try to at least explain the implications here, Infinity. If KT.RY wins this, they even the record, their record with EDG at 1-1, which means that they will still have the opportunity to get that second spot or maybe even the first spot, right? Like it really depends with the succeeding matches. But well, it looks like we're going straight into the pick and bans immediately. Varus being banned away here by EDG. So just trying to limit all those poke options from KT.RY.
Yeah, just ban away these champions. We don't want to play up against that. Varus and Gragas already removed, and KT.RY, as always, removing that Akali and even Evelynn, as these two champions are just so overpowered on the right hands, and KT.RY doesn't want to deal with these champions. And Lucian removed as well.
Yeah, that will be 2 marksmen in a row that will be removed here by EDG, which is very different from how KBG attacked KT.RY, right? Like, they just went for the jungle, tried to isolate the options that Daw would have. Eventually, he did go for the Aatrox, which basically got paired with the Yuumi, but that was not successful. EDG's heavy priority on the Ezreal is hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. 1 alone is very good at the champion. 2, that's the most played champion by Acrobat.
Yeah, and on top of this, there is a reason why they banned away the Lucian and Varus in their bans, which we haven't seen so far in a long time. 2 marksmen back to back in your first ban rotation. Having the Ezreal pick and Ezreal priority for EDG gives it a reason. And right now, KT.RY picks up the Renekton and the Camille.
A very top lane centric duo, and this is what you kind of want to have, right? Like, at least now they learned their lesson, and they will be putting Rattel in a winning condition, or as their win condition. But the response here by EDG going for the Lee Sin and also having a reliable engage in Langui's Nautilus is really going to be a headache to be solved here by KT.RY. KT.RY will resolve, or will try to at least have some AoE damage and team fighting damage in the Sivir. But more importantly, you know, when it comes to ease of execution, I feel that EDG has really surpassed the drafting here by KT.RY, at least with their 3 picks.
Yeah, and now EDG could focus on supports or the jungler. These are 2 options for them, depending on what their conditions are, what they want to do, what they want to play with onto their game, and it looks like supports are going to be the target here by EDG. So one of the perspectives that EDG could ban is possibly the Ornn or even the Alistar onto their second ban in the banning phase. For KT.RY, they remove some top laners for Xjang, removing the Jax and the Fiora.
Xiao Zhang has been a very stable Baron laner, a very good at that as well. And you kind of just want to limit all those options that will be provided, or that will be that can challenge Rattel on the top side on the Renekton. And by taking away the Jax and the Fiora, Camille also not an option. I wonder what will be the pick here by Xiao Zhang. Of course, there's a lot of top lane champions that we have in the game.
Aatrox? Question mark?
maybe the Aatrox, maybe the Riven. Those are the 2 options that we're looking at. But it's still Rattel that we're talking about, right?
Absolutely. I think Rattel is still on to that state and he's really strong. Just give him a champion that can sustain himself and that could really have that fighting chance in comparison to what he had in the prior game, which was Ornn. And right now, EDG will lock in onto one of our expectations, which was Aatrox, but their mid laner will be the Vladimir.
Which is I would say, the best champion of recent times, right? In patch 4.0, the king of the mid lane was this Crimson Mage. Vladimir able to win a team fight by himself by just dealing a huge amount of AoE damage. But it's all about ease of execution. KT.RY is going down to the basics, right? Like, they have a very good scaling duo in the double marksman composition that they have. They also have that biggest wildcard in the Corki's package. But more importantly, it's going back to their roots, right? Rattel will still be able to win on the top side using the Renekton. And then Luna and Acrobat can still scale well into the late game. This, to me, is a far better draft than what they have shown from their match against KBG just a while back.
Exactly. I don't think KT.RY, like, nothing can compare to the prior game. In that composition, yes, there were a little bit of pros and cons that we can talk about and discuss for a whole week, but at this stage, KT.RY, their draft in this game up against EDG is definitely a lot better. I definitely like it more. Just don't put the Yuumi, please. But yeah.
Yeah, like I just don't think Yumi, although with its recent remix, right, like changes, it can surprise a lot of teams. But not the best team in the world right now, KBG, right? Like I feel like KBG is almost prepared against everything. So yeah, now that that's out of the way, now that we have moved on from the Yumi experiment that KT.RY did try to do, let's go and enter game number 4, a best of 1 classic between CN and APAC.
Yeah, it is EDG between KT.RY in a battle of one of the new teams that is coming into the top 4, or well, rather top 2 for both conferences. EDG just knocked J-Team down to the ground, stole away their position here into the finals for Season 2. But the rest of the 3 teams are still the same here.
Yeah, I like that you called back J-Team. Do you remember who their jungler was? It was 0711. So it still is the same jungler. And pretty much the reason why EDG has been a menace going for the engage here.
That's not something they don't want to do, KT.RY. Why? Nautilus is one of the strongest early game supports, and just walking up like that up against an Ezreal and the Nautilus combined is not a good
The level 2 pack of the Nautilus is still very much powerful and still needs to be respected. Rattel going for the solo kill.
Rattel stuns onto Xjang, but a knockup as a counter as Rattel gets pulled back. 1 more HP, and that will secure first blood for Xjang.
Clutch barrier coming in from Xiaozhang. It will make life miserable for Rattel. The wave is pushing in the favor of EDG, and that needs to be corrected soon and fast. That's a lot of gold and XP being denied by the over-aggression here by Rattel. He overestimated his damage, and Xiaozhang just very good with his mechanics, just flashed back. Using the pullback, it was an easy solo kill on the top lane.
Yeah, and that's the big problem with the Renekton. It's pretty much a one and done. If you use your mobility already, you cannot dodge Aatrox's power that quickly.
Yeah.
And that means that of you if you're already down on HP.
Especially if you're level 2, right? Like at level 2, you only have access to 2 skills. And that will be the Ruthless Predator and the Coldemic. No slice and dice to work with. That means that Xiaozhang will enjoy. You know, in my estimation, this is good for a 1,000 gold lead. And so far, it's at 700, but it will just be a downhill from here on moving forward for Rattel. It's so hard to crawl back into a lane, specifically as a Renekton, so he needs help from Dog.
Right now, Dog comes through into the boss side river as Zero and Acrobat swiftly comes in. The knockup's there for Zero. No flash with a Dragon Rage, but it's not enough as Dog secures that kill.
Yeah, this is pretty much the answer needed by KT.RY. Another potential engage here in the mid lane, but the Hemu Plague will be stopping the assassination attempt here by Luna. Also, no mana to work with as well. But good response overall by KT.RY. Yeah, sure, they have a problem on the top side. But they can still win elsewhere, right? Like, they still have the double marksman composition by KT.RY.
Yeah, if you can't win on one side of the map, look at the other lane. I was thinking of like a way to be able to like match up a phrase and a quote into that specific sentence, but I wasn't a quick thinker to be able to make up something right out of the gate, but that works.
I say if you are losing somewhere, then yeah, just try to win somewhere. I guess that's one way to do it. But yeah, like Rattel, his role here is to at least try to stabilize the top lane. But surely Xiaozhang, with the gift of the solo kill on the top lane, will just be enjoying a decent lead on the top side that we all know how small, you know, however small that is, that lead, it's just going to be easily translated over. As we see an engage here by Langui, an immediate on the hunt response by Acrobat.
Yeah, it's the minion MVP. Just denies the drench line from Langui to save Acrobat. And I think that is the way to play it, especially up against Nautilus, which is really strong when it comes to the early game.
Yeah.
Really want to play it just behind your minions and play it a bit more distanced apart against Nautilus.
And that's why we saw Langui going for the flash auto attack engage in that level 2 skirmish that we saw from a while back. Now, at least we are seeing the stats of Xiaozhang in present times at 3.5k. Langui
Now going in with that root, but it is denied. But Spell Barrier on the hunt gives extra mobility for Zero to come through and knocks up onto Alone. But that's just pretty much it.
Yeah, another tit for tat, another handshake, so to speak, in the bottom lane, but no clear winners. Xiao Zhang enjoying a level advantage against Rattel, and this is what we're talking about, right? Like, I know for a fact that Rattel does not want to be in this position. You kind of want to be on the winning side of things as a Renekton, but he has to deal with the situation now, right? Like, there's no takebacks, as we often say.
Yeah, and these two champions are hugely dependent for like a one and done burst type of situations, because if Aatrox like misses out on those knockups, on those initial engage, like Renekton can come through with a slice and dice instant stuns. But it's the same matter for the opposite side. Right now though, we have the Ice Drake battle here with KT.RY already starting 1.5k HP remaining, and EDG steals it away from KT.RY.
Rattel will be able to lock down you.
No, with Hextech Ultimatum, locks in onto the Vladimir as he goes down. The mid laner is gone for EDG.
That's a 1 for 0, but more importantly, EDG
gets knocked up. Langby starts up the engage. Luna is down low already, but Xiao Zhang into the backside secures that kill. And now KT.RY is on a confused state. They have to retreat for now as it's a 4v4. With HP advantage for EDG, they cannot fight back.
EDG just surprised KT.RY. KT.RY was trolling, thinking that they have the perfect opportunity to at least secure the other objective right here, right now. But immediately EDG pounds on them, getting that kill on towards their mid laner, and that's an easy transition onto another objective. That's a double trouble special for EDG. 2 objectives in the favor of EDG.
Yeah, and it's scary because the thing is, if these champions accelerate to the power spike, especially considering that Aatrox is already 2-0-0. And as always, from what we have mentioned, if the Darkened Blade of Aatrox reached that certain point that he is so fed into a matchup, he will be unkillable.
Yeah. Best way to deal with it is to try to poke it away, even before a team fight starts. But KT.RY composition is not really heavily reliant on the poke damage, such as the Zoe and the Varus that got easily answered by some bans, and drafting planning by EDG. And again, so far, so good for the CN squad.
Langry goes into the backside, wants to pincer out Luna, but the ultimate's already, there's just no escape. But a point and click CC like that. And Shelly goes through, so Daw doesn't have it, and Karen 1/3 already coming into the bot side of the map, but EDG very disciplined to not overextend.
Yeah, and very surprising as well. 0711 not yet done.
Dragon's Rage knocks up, goes through with Langui rooting him down. The coordination of EDG is impeccable.
Yeah, that flash in onto the auto attack, rooting you down. Even with the hook shot, it was not enough for Daw to at least escape that death. And EDG is just going for broke here. Another engage.
Roots down onto Zero, followed up with a Sonic Wave. Closes down the gap distance in 0711. He still has a Sonic Wave, but doesn't want to overextend once more here.
And luckily for Zero, he does have access to the ultimate, but we're seeing the story of the game. The amount of plates, I think this is the amount of plates that was gifted over by KT.RY. That's a total of 11 tower plates, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, hang on. I'm really confused right now with the graphic that was shown. But more importantly, you know, the amount of plates that EDG was able to get in this game is just putting them in the advantage. And now KT.RY will try to respond, and we'll try to make a play on the top side, which
4-man gag.
Yeah, I think Xiao Zhang has an idea, and he's not going to overextend.
Yeah, and he has the Sky's Bloom as well, so that's just so much time delayed now. No value gotten by KT.RY.
Rattel will have to back away. Xiao Zhang and company on the top side was able to thwart off any dive, any gank attempt, and that's a lot of wasted time by the members of KT.RY. Acrobat.
You now a little bit overextended, but very easily just walks away from harm. Zero and Dawn not really gaining access onto Vladimir.
The second dragon will spawn up in the game in EDG. is now trying to just further their lead by trying to get away some camps from KT or KT.RY. And that can easily be done as a Lisi Langui, another potential engage, and was just able to bait out that shield special coming in from Acrobat. But more importantly, you're looking at the state of the game right now. That's 5k, almost 5k to the advantage of EDG this early, and that's really huge, especially with the way things have happened. Xiaozhang though, oh, unfortunate.
Shot with a Hextech ultimatum. He's stuck! Well dead there, but he's stuck over the wall! So no access for KT.RY onto Xiaozhang. And you also have the Honey Fruit, so he's still back up. No ultimate for Daw. Into this team fight, onto the Drake. Bertel already used up the Dominus. And Langui starts up the engage here, knocks up onto Zero, roots him down.
Good back
Drake already down to 1.5k HP, and KT.RY will secure it. And now they change up their target, as he will be the eyes on the prize here, but Ignite will not be enough. So disengage will not only KT.RY a huge benefit with the Drake secured.
EDG though will be targeting this tower in the mid lane, and you're right, like, oh, okay. KT.RY was still able to defend this tower in the mid lane for at least a shorter while, because EDG needs 59 more damage onto it. But then again, you know, the power of KT.RY is really to try and secure dragons with the way they drafted this, especially if you have the Quirky. It's almost always certain that you'll have priority in dragon team fights because you can use package in a more versatile way, and we've seen from KT.RY that if you gave them an opportunity, they can use the package as a wall to make sure that Daw will still be able to secure that dragon. And at least by then, KT.RY was able to win something, right? Like, you are able to deny a triple dragon win condition.
EDG, you have you tearing down the minions, so an easy defense up against KT.RY. Will not be able to take that tier 1 on top lane.
Yeah. No tower on the top lane, at least for now, for KT.RY. And for EDG, they want this mid lane tower. Langui missed.
That fake!
Yeah,
is that a miss?
I think he missed. I think he hit the wall.
Oh, I was like, is that a fake out? Like, what's happening?
Oh, what?
You, once again, just clears out the wave. Daw, ignited. Trying to run away. Xiaozhang into the backside. Langui use up the drench line onto the backside. Luna will be knocked up. 2 already down, and KT.RY is fighting on a 4v3. Daw locks in onto Xiaozhang, but without any HP, you cannot be alive for long. And EDG secures the ace.
That's an ace. 12 minutes in. That just means one thing. Baby Baron is on the menu. EDG will immediately get another prize of that beautiful play top side. KT.RY had zero chance in winning that team fight. Even with the help of the tower, it did not stop EDG's pursuit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? With how EDG had so much lead from that 5k gold lead, there's no stopping them.
Yeah, let's look at that engage once again. It's all started with Langui. Although he missed the hook, it did not matter. It allowed him access to use a depth charge and knocking 2 primary objectives. Double marksman, which is primarily the damage source of KT.RY. Eliminating both of them means one thing: no damage can stop Xiaozhang and company in their tower dive, and that was just easy execution, one after another by EDG.
Yeah, and right now with EDG taking down the Baron buff, it's all about utilizing this opportunity. Langui now being the target here. We'll be able to use up the flash to return and retreat back to safety. Still trying to catch up onto you. A very sustainable champion at the very least.
1-3-1 split push commencing here for EDG. They still have some Baron empowered minions to work with. And Xiaozhang is just bullying all the members of KT.RY that tries to challenge him right here, right now.
Yeah, and the thing is, KT.RY has to commit on one lane, because if not, the other lanes will fall down.
Oh no.
Very successful defense for now, but that soon will change with you pushing down the bot side of the map with 4 members for KT.RY actually having that focus on top lane as well.
Another tower here in the mid lane is open for the taking, but the Baron and Baron minions is long gone.
You a little bit overextended. Has to use stuff to flash. Zero. No man knock up, but Langui answers back with a drench line. Pulls him back in. And KT.RY loses their support.
That was Zero on the Alistar with the ultimate available, and it did not matter. EDG had no respect towards the defenses that Alistar has. Even with the ultimate, EDG was able to get 2 inhibitor towers pre-15 minutes. That's important, right? KT.RY can still crawl back in this game, but it's easier said than done, Infinity. It's already 12.5k at 14 minutes, at 15 minutes. And this has been a runaway in the favor of the CN team once again.
Yeah, and KT.RY, that was very scary. But at this point, from a while ago, pretty much KT.RY's winning condition was the delay time, but not like this. You're actually delaying the game, but 13k gold lead for EDG is not the delay that you want.
Yeah, of course. 8 towers to 0. And the only objective that was won here by KT.RY, if I remember correctly, was the second dragon, right? Outside of that, 0 wins objective-wise for the APAC team.
No turrets even.
Yeah, exactly. 0 turrets to 8 towers already destroyed here by EDG. And it's just about the waiting game for EDG. They know that KT.RY is now pressed against the wall. And it's just, you know, slowly but surely trying to make sure that they will be getting another objective for themselves. And you're right, no vision in this Baron pit at all.
KT.RY has to swiftly move in, but they do not know. Langui's just waiting on the horizon. Zero comes straight into the backside as well. Wants to delay, disengage, but 0711 just comes right through into the middle of the pack, middle of the fight. And 0711 is down low already, deleted by Zero. And that will buy time for KT.RY, but you cannot buy time without any members left. You have to retreat. You have to go back into the base here because the Nexus is exposed.
That was almost the best possible fight for KT.RY, right? But Alone still had access to the stasis. And KT.RY still ended up with a negative trade. It's all about brute forcing the lead that they have, right? Without their jungler though, I don't see a threat of EDG going for the Baron. And so they're just setting up a trap against Zero and Do.
And it was really good, right? How Zero as well went into the flank, coming in from that south side, from that team fight. And right now, once again, EDG, Zero, no info.
They don't need a jungler, huh? Okay. Well, Zero is here, and he will be spotting the members of EDG.
Zero? Do you need the jungler if you have Zero? That's the question here. KT.RY, can you deny the Baron out of EDG's hand? But you into the backside, Dust just deleted! Raw damage coming in from Vladimir, and now EDG is just landsliding the competition. One down once again. 2 member left standing here for KT.RY. Sonic Wave will not connect, but the Nexus is exposed. That will be something that EDG wants. And Luna, so much damage already coming through. Waves are cleared up, but how long can you delay this game?
Luna still have the package. There is still an avenue for them to defend this, but against 5 members, it's so hard.
EDG deletes Corki! The ace is secured, the Nexus is open, and Edward Gaming secures the win against KT.RY.
0711 is past the nightmares of last season, and he's catapulting EDG to a level, to an unprecedented level, and they have secured a 2 wins and 1 loss record. Good for second for sure, right? Like at least there will be an opportunity for them to have that go ahead or buy, as we call it, against the other teams. As we remember last season, J Team was at 3rd, right? KT.RY was at 4th, J Team was at 3rd, and then the second placer was now what we call G2 Blacklist. But because of this win, at least now EDG will have actually the favored chance to advance as the second placer, and will have at least 1 round bye moving forward.
Yeah, they move forward. At the very least, they take a win up against KT.RY, but there's still 1 more game for, well, yeah, for EDG, I believe. So we'll see how these things will turn out, how these matches will come into conclusion, because thing is, we still have, I believe, 2 more games right after this.
I can't believe it. We've been witnessing stomps after stomps, Infinity, right? Like the amount of preparation that is required for you to get onto this level. But EDG, all the CN teams is really separating themselves apart from the teams that we sent from APAC. KT.RY tried to challenge EDG. G2 Blacklist also tried to challenge EDG, but both of them failed in the process. That could also mean one thing. If, okay, I'm not 100% sure as to what the tiebreakers are, but if in the event that G2 Blacklist wins their 2 remaining matches, then it will even out the record of EDG, KBG, and G2B. Right? So it's so confusing. A lot of right codes in there, right? But this is, I'm just trying to picture out everything, because right now KT.RY already have 2 losses, which means that they're out of the second place race. G2 Blacklist though, there still is an opportunity for them to reach the second place, but it will have to come from a back-to-back win in the last 2 matches that we have.
Yeah, and it's not going to be that easy. It's KBG that they have to fight up against in the next game after this. But you will take the MVP title coming in from that matchup. And you've called it, right? EDG currently is already securing a 2-1. KBG is on a roll. 2-0 already. You have Rollster-Y 0-2 and G2 Blacklist on a 0-1 standing. So very difficult situations for every single team right now. Only 2 more games left for G2 Blacklist, 1 game for KBG and 1 game for KT.RY. But before then, we're just gonna take a short break, so don't go away, because when we come back, it's KBG versus G2B.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
You're
After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, KBG Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoff.
好的，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优吼。恭喜 EDG 拿下了这场比赛的胜利，我们也是邀请到了他们的打野选手0711来到我们的赛后采访。你好，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 打野0711。
其实可以看到11哥可能在拿下这一场胜利之后，整体的这个表现还是比较冷静、比较平淡的。那想问一下11哥，因为去年的时候，上个赛季的时候，你也是进入到了决赛阶段嘛，可能说最后的结果没有那么的令人满意，但是这一次再度来到总决赛的舞台，这一次的目标和信念是什么呢？
就决赛放开了打，拿个冠军吧。
决赛放开了打，拿个冠军，人狠话不多。The first question for him is: You were in the final of last season, but didn't get the best result. What about this time, and what's your ambition? And his answer is: Well, first of all, I want to make it into the grand final in the last day, and we just wanna play like usual and try our best to get the final champion. 那第二个问题想问一下，因为我们这一次的决赛其实跟上个赛季的决赛的赛制是差不多的，时间比较长，然后也经历了很多的这样子的一个 BO1 到 BO7 的各种赛制也都有。那么想问一下，你们对于这一次决赛做了什么样的准备呢？
就心态放平了去打就行了。
主要还是在心态方面的一些调整。The second question for him is, what kind of preparation did you make for this time's final? And his answer is, well, actually, the majority of our preparation is about adjust our mentality. 那也是再一次恭喜 EDG 拿下这一场比赛的胜利，也是非常感谢0711来到我的赛后采访环节。那我们这一场的赛后采访环节就到此结束，我们接下来把时间交给解说。
After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, KBG Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. ThunderTalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions KBG Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Langqui and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming.
On this Dragon, this is gonna be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Langqui, body slam. The Grand Entrance is gonna be used, Dominus as well, and the isolation gonna be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing FunPlus Phoenix to actually walk away. They have to disengage, nobody died. EDG, ooh, that was so close!
Number 4. Stepping into the battle with a 3-man Dragon's Rage is what Shingdo7 did when contesting the Dragon with ThunderTalk. As soon as the Dragon spawned up, the opportunity for an aggressive play opened up, giving FunPlus Phoenix a clean sweep.
Shin is on the other side of that fight. Dog's going to be going there. But Chow with the explosive cast to go out for the isolation, but he found Chang Si. So that may not be the best target. He goes for the Justice Punch. Shingdo7 is not going to be able to steal it, as they will be giving it over to ThunderTalk. SkyFL there in the middle of it all. There is the Hero's Entrance saving them all. ThunderTalk, they are a little bit low, but can they get out there? Shin is going to get executed right there with the perfect SkyFL going hard. That's 1, that's 2, and they are going to dive maybe for more. That's a 3rd kill onto Z, and now Chang Si's down. It's just Soil. This could be the ace, and it will be for FPX.
Number 3. Once again, the name Shingdo7 is brought up, choosing a cleverly concealed spot. Shingdo7's precise timing allowed him to approach and punish X-Bike's mistake, securing the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
Challenge Shingdo7, they are playing defense. They are distracting ThunderTalk, waiting for SkyFL to go for it. Oh my god, so tense. SkyFL makes his way into the Baron pit. The steal coming in for FPX, and they've trapped ThunderTalk inside the pit. They've already gotten 3. Now Soil is gone, and Shin is the last man standing once again, but he will be standing now. What a hold from FPX. What a play from SkyFL.
Number 2. The formidable Langqui, a cow-themed champion, may have cost FunPlus Phoenix. We have seen the conclusion of the match a while ago, whereas Edward Gaming has secured a 2-1 scoreline as they now proceed waiting for tomorrow's matches. Right now, we are about to watch the last 2 matches of G2 Blacklist as well as they match against KBG and KT.RY.
Yeah. starting off against G2 Blacklist and KBG, right? Like that, the battle between the two teams that we saw from the grand finals of season 1 will be facing against each other again. And trivia for everyone watching right now, KBG has remained undefeated in all their matches against not just G2B, but all APAC teams included. That's how good this team is. And yeah, it's all up to G2B to break the curse.
I mean, it's for 2 seasons as well. I mean, KBG is on a different level, man. They're just too damn good. G2B, let's see if they're gonna be able to break the code here of KBG. Look for something that they can exploit. Look for the chink in their armor, a weakness that they can pierce through onto their armor. As we see the lineup as well of G2 Blacklist. A while ago, they had a close game against Edward Gaming. However, they were easily taken down at the very end, especially with the prowess of 0711.
It's still the same 5 players for G2 Blacklist. No substitution whatsoever. No action time for Carl, at least in their second game. And I respect it. We all know the chemistry that was built by this same 5 members from last season. And we also know that they are the gold medalists, right? Like, or during the Southeast Asian Gold Games, or Southeast Asian Games for Wild Rift. Now for G2 Blacklist, it is also about solving the long withstanding problem. How do they deal with KBG? They have a very scary mid laner and on run 9. It looks like that no specific bans will be targeted against KBG. It will still be this very stable and a very, I would say, very predictable bans in the Lucian and the Hecarim.
Yeah, I wonder what's gonna be the plan this time of Keepers Gaming as well. Because a while ago, they had such a great time with Andra 9 on the Akali. G2 Blacklist, interestingly, has banned away the Lucian as well. It kind of forced KBG to ban out the Akali. Let's see though, which champion will push through for both their junglers. Natan always has his like 3 most reliable champions, including the Hecarim, and of course like Shen.
Very Datone-centric are those champions. A lot of champions to work with. We all know that G2 Blacklist, if they want to go far into this tournament, it has to come through KD. KD is the heart and soul of this 5-man squad. And I won't be surprised if KD and company will be securing a hyper carry jungler such as the Yone. I wonder how this will be attacked by KBG, because we all know that if the Hecarim is banned away, one of the best champions of the tone is the Vi, which is a very good answer to all those hyper carry junglers that KD loves to play.
Yeah, we have seen as well a high priority on Camille for the past 3 games that we have been, or past 4 games that we have been watching our top 4 teams participate. Their chance to have a better placement for the day 2 of the final stage. Camille can be very helpful here for Keepers Gaming. KBG can deny at least the Galio, possibly on their second pick.
Yep. But knowing you can play almost anything. Gragas has been banned away, which means that Ornn is still an option. To try to deny all those long-range engages from G2 Blacklist. We saw in game number 2, Draw was relegated on a utility support in Sona. I have no complaints in that. All I know is that Draw's playmaking is also one of the reasons why G2 Blacklist is a very exciting team to watch. And at least on that Sona, he's really not going to engage a lot of team fights. G2 Blacklist goes for the Zoe. Aaron is a marksman on the champion.
Absolutely. I mean, he's just so good. I'm actually so excited to see what G2 Blacklist is going to be planning out for this game, especially as we do see a hover on the Varus as well. And you mentioned the Ornn a while ago. Yeah, Yu is extremely good on the Ornn. He was able to decimate everyone on the side of Edward Gaming a while ago, and top that off with a Renekton by KG, in which he performed extremely well as well in that game 1 a while ago. Man, this is so much frontline power from Keepers Gaming.
Well, I was expecting a Fiora once again to try to fight fire with fire, but they kind of anticipated G2 Blacklist to really group S5 and go for team fights after team fights, which Renekton really brings a lot more impact on. Now Jax is going to be banned away here by KBG. It does look like that they are I would still say, respectful of the potential of this Camille going elsewhere. This is the power of the flex pick in the Camille. Can still go to KD, can still go to Aaron. It really will depend. Actually, not on Aaron, because now Zoe has been picked up, and we all know Aaron loves to play his Zoe. Unreal 9's champion is now going to get targeted for sure. Gwen is one of them. And what do you think will be the last ban here by G2B?
It can be another ADC here to be taken away against Andra 9, but primarily seeing the Gwen is actually so refreshing for me because that oftentimes becomes the pocket pick of Andra 9, and it serves its due purpose every single time. Zeri finally gets taken away by G2 Blacklist, so maybe it's just gonna be the jungler here because Shen being available is 100% gonna be picked up for the Ton.
Yeah, the Ton is really enjoying Shen. From the point that it was pickable in the jungle, I've really seen a lot of games that the Tone has played on the champion, but they will be respecting the banning or the picking here by G2 Blacklist, and we'll try to pivot away from that and go for the Vladimir instead. Here, Giang, which okay, this is good for G2 Blacklist. They're still trying to make things a lot easier than it should be, right? Like no extra shenanigans, no trying to no over experimentation on their part. KD will be going for one of his pocket picks in the Nautilus, and there you go, a very upfront pick composition from G2 Blacklist. They have the Nautilus, and they do have long range pokes as well from the Varus and from the Zoe. This is the same set of 5 champions that we've seen be in, a very successful raid for G2 Blacklist, but for KBG,
it's standard. It's standard team fighting, standard frontline prowess, massive crowd control, massive pick potential, regardless, especially with a Vi pick instead of the Shen. What the Shen would have been able to provide is, of course, taunt, damage negation, the shield as well, and global pressure. But if KBG wants to bank in on early game, especially at minute 1, then Vi is going to be the better option here for the Dawn.
Definitely a better answer overall, Kiyoung, because we have to remember Kha'Zix is one of the best early game jungler in the game. And one way to answer the Kha'Zix is that instant lockdown present on the Vi, which the Tone have had very big success on. Let me guess, the Tone on the champion is close to 80%, 90% win rate, because every time I cast this player on that champion, it almost always results into a win.
Yeah, I mean, KBG is just so good. Especially Taton, whenever he's on an engager champion, helping out Andra 9 on team fights, he just becomes nearly unstoppable. And especially on the Vladimir this time, even if we see a Zoe on Aaron, we can never discount Andra 9. Zoe has been a massive, effective matchup against Vladimir, oftentimes, especially because of the burst. TP Trouble Bubble can deny the Vladimir's bursting capability as well for team fights. With the Vi, with the Ornn, with so much frontline, that can be stopped as well.
Exactly, right? Like, oftentimes we see a Zoe being picked against a Vladimir to try to mitigate all those damage, because if you can actually chunk away the health bars of Vladimir, he won't be able to show himself up in the team fight. You look at the first, or the initiation here by KBG. They went for a sneaky invade on towards the jungle of G2 Blacklist, and this is also one of the weaknesses that we've seen G2 Blacklist had when facing against the better teams. Oftentimes their early game, especially with protecting their jungle camps, has been not so good.
Yeah, and it's gonna affect the scaling, or at least the attempt of KD to reach level 5. And that can be exploited later on by the Ton and
solo
in the
kill.
top lane, but mid lane, first blood by Andran, 1v1? Man.
We need a replay, see how that happened, because it's not every day that you see a Vladimir popping off. That was Andra 9 just maximizing the Sanguine pool. And I wonder what happened. Aaron, did he not have any flash? He did have flash, but opted not to use it. It was immediately punished by the mid laner from KBG.
And great patience as well by Andra 9. You mentioned it a while ago, the blood pool was timed perfectly to dodge the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. And by that time, we knew Aaron was dead for sure.
Yeah. because you still need to respect the damage over time that the Sanguine Pool does provide. Although it's small, it still was enough for it to get the lethal damage in. Combined with the Ignite, I really think that Aaron dropped the ball there by not flashing away, right? Like, he had to flash away, he had to find a way to secure those plants. I can't remember if the plants was available, the honey fruits. But that's kind of, that's one way to at least try to outplay the Vladimir in the given scenario. Now, G2 Blacklist is trying to plan something here in the bottom lane, but they will immediately get felt out here by Yu and company, and no dives whatsoever. Good defense by KBG.
Yeah, KBG has won on 2 instances already. One, the invade against KD. Second is a solo kill by Andra9 in the mid lane. And G2 Blacklist are looking for some small wins of their own. However, they're being prevented in doing so because of the great movements here. This gaming, especially in the bottom lane a while ago. Now, waiting for minute 5, KBG would still have the advantage. Level 5, the Thon is going to be ganking here into the mid lane. Aaron does have the stasis, but a flash in is just glorious, and that's going to be a free kill once again to Andra9.
Taton, again, one of the best Vi users in the game, makes it look so easy. And Andra9 being gifted a 2-kill advantage in the mid lane is just going to be a delight to see for all the KBG fans. G2 Blacklist is spotted on a ward, and they now have information that at least G2 Blacklist knows. Sorry, or I mean KBG knows. But this is a massive swing to the advantage of KBG. Now Aaron will have to be reluctant with all his actions, because that's the one way to utilize the Vi, right? Like, you instantly lock down on a squishy target, and it's just so easy to execute the combo.
Yeah, and KBG just makes everything seem or look so easy. Man, it was very meticulous of them, just maximizing their lead every single time, even on the smaller details, the rotations of G2 Blacklist. Everything that they have been attempting to do is being read like a book by KBG.
Yeah, all those vision control that KBG possessed in the early game is netting them the advantage needed to find the angle to get those kills in the mid lane. And knowing KBG, they're not the team that will really push the tempo to its full potential, right? Like, they play slow, they don't mind, because as long as they have the lead heading into a team fight, heading into the 5-minute objective team fights, that's okay for them, right? They're confident that their late game team fighting will still be superior, and so there's no reason for them to go for overextensions, go for overcommitments and over dives, as we often see other teams do.
I mean, with the amount of frontline champions that KBG has, they are definitely going to be so confident later on the scaling perspective. G2 Blacklist is going to rely so much on their poke. They have the Kha'Zix, they have the Zoe, they have the Varus, but what they don't have is a solid frontline aside from the Nautilus. That's just one champion that will be tanking everything that KBG has to offer. Right now, G2 Blacklist is prioritizing the Rift Herald over the Dragon, as the Thon is already starting it alongside with Xiaoma and Handshake. It is just going to be taken down by both of these teams. No contestation whatsoever. Yeah,
the Dragon for the side of KBG, G2 Blacklist at least will be able to mitigate some of the pressure by securing this Rift Herald. Really has to be careful though.
He has Andran by his side. I don't think G2 Blacklist has a good angle in here. Aaron overextends. Ignite is going to be taking flash out. With a flash in the Andran! Oh my dear lord! God in the mid lane, KBG, Andra9 gets another kill.
He is smurfing right now, Gyeong. Andra9 is feeling it, and now is 3 kills up in the mid lane. The gap in the mid lane has just widened even further. The Rift Herald was not even used to at least mitigate some of those gold advantage that KBG has right now. And in the form that Andra9 has right now, in the confidence that he has right now, I'm expecting this to just be a snowball turned into an avalanche for the GOAT mid laner by KBG and Andra9.
Style points along the way as well. Andra9, you mentioned he's just smurfing here in the biggest league of them all right now on the final stage as well. It's just so good on the Vladimir.
On the flip side, Aaron also needs to clean up his play. He won't have the same luxury as he used to have in an even game, right? Like, he has to remember it's a 0-2 affair in the favor of KBG, and if he overextends, the amount of crowd control and immediate burst damage by KBG is enough to really take down the squishy champion in the Zoe. And oftentimes, you know, whenever we see G2 Blacklist play the Zoe, they get the advantage because they are ahead. This is different, right? Like, they are behind and KBG just knows how to capitalize on all those mistakes.
KBG is very, very far ahead. We're looking at 1,400 gold, but
Okay.
the most important part is the gold funding. And the Dawn right now is looking for KD, fishing for a single target
Golden
pickup.
Kite.
And Golden Kite still able to flash away, still gonna be fine. And now G2 Black is looking to engage, getting the punish here onto the Dawn.
No
Still,
way.
the damage is too much coming for KBG. Under 9 as well, looking for an angle. Aaron's gonna be stopping him, but Raw getting caught. Dredge line out, but still gonna get knocked up by the Ornn. Oh, missed the shot, nearly connected there onto Golden Kai, but KBG getting everything still. No casualties whatsoever. They're not done just yet.
Oh no.
The mid lane.
And I don't think Aaron will have any tools whatsoever to defend this tower. This is a 3-man push that will easily get converted into another tower by KBG. Hopefully we see a replay of that play, because again, this started off so good for G2 Black as they had the flanking opportunity, but knowing that Tone's decision making, immediately he recognized there is a way for me to escape this tricky situation. And he went for Demon Kite, for Golden Kite, that was served as a taxi to be extra safe. KBG still very much perfect in this game. Did we ever see a champion go down for KBG? No, not yet. That's a 5-0, a clean game so far, a perfect game so far, except for that Rift Herald that was secured by G2 Blacklist. Everything is in the favor of eBest Gaming.
Especially thanks to you, man. That perfectly timed charge knockup,
I know.
denying even that one auto attack that they desperately wanted to land on the Dawn.
Yeah.
But everything was negated. And now, top side, Ime has to give away another tower.
That's another tower on the top lane, leaving G2 Blacklist with one tier 1 tower to defend in the bottom lane. And you're right, like, in this game of inches, in this battle of attrition, KBG is feeling superior in every facet. How many times have we seen them do this, right? Like, they're not going to be eager with their plays, right? They're not going to go for eye-popping plays whatsoever. It will be very calculated to a point that you feel like you're at a very disadvantage. You know, even with the goal lead even if you have the goal lead, right? That's the thing about KBG. No lead is safe against KBG. But if they're ahead, oftentimes you don't see them squander any of it. And now the second dragon has spawned up, and G2 Blacklist wants to contest.
They don't do things that are flashy, they do things that will allow them to win the game. Calculating everything, considering everything necessary to get them the W now. But the 4 charge gonna be at least on draw, just pushing them back and will allow them to get soul point this time around. Ime still is alive, being chased down by the big crocodile. I think he's gonna be able to escape, but man, still soul point for KBG. That's scary.
Oh, the flash on the top side as well. And yes, soul point, Infernal Soul ready to join KBG if they ever secure the 3rd dragon in the game. KBG is not going to stop anytime soon. Just Aaron here in the bottom lane means that it's just going to be an easy tower takedowns by KBG. Good macro overall. And again, we talked about the limitless execution or initiation engage option for G2 Blacklist, but so far there's been 0 engage.
Yeah.
From
It's
G2B.
because KBG at this point can pretty much tank anything, especially Yu. He's happy to soak in all the pokes coming in from Golden Kite, Aaron, and KD. And he's just gonna be standing in front of them as he heals back up with the Marmor's armor as well. And it's already, I mean, it's like the curtains are slowly closing towards G2 Blacklist at this point.
5D chess, KBG playing chess, G2B playing checkers, and you're seeing a massive advantage towards one side. You look at the gold graph. On the left-hand side, Unrun 9 is stopping everyone. For G2B though, hope is not yet lost. KD is still farming well, and we've seen a lot of comebacks being made possible because of how insane KD is. On the Kazakhs though, is just going to be a lot harder than it used to, right? It's not the carry jungler like the Yone that can pop off a 1v5 moment. As a Kha'Zix, you kind of have to rely on your teammates' damage to really whittle them down, and you go for reset executes. Will that happen in this game? Of course, G2 Blacklist wants that to happen, but it's easily being denied by KBG.
Yeah. He had history in doing so already. Doing it through KBG is going to be a different story, especially with the situation of this game right now. KBG looking to force them into committing onto a team fight. Sleepy Trouble Bubble did connect onto the Ezreal, forcing at least the ult here from Yu. But now, draw gonna be initiated, immediately gonna get bursted away. Stasis to buy some time, but it's not gonna help him at all this time around.
Yeah.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble, nothing.
Also, spoke damage is just being brute forced by KBG. Another engage.
Oh, and the stages again, but to no avail. KD will flash away, hiding, goes Envy, but the jump is not too long. KBG finds the jungler and is moving now towards the big purple worm.
G2 Blacklist does have access to a vision. They know that this is being started, and they're going desperately to try to challenge this Baron takedown by KBG. Can they do it? No, they can't. KBG. Oh, okay.
Woo!
Arrow close, but not enough. And I think KBG will have this.
Yeah, we had the reference before, going for the Gumayushi arrow, but not against KBG this time for G2 Blacklist. It's too far away. KBG is too far ahead.
And that's pretty much the cause and effect. If you take down the jungler at 12 minutes, and with all the lead that you have, you can easily take... Wait, they're engaging once again. On towards draw. They're mad, man.
They're investing everything right now. They're hustling at this point. They're very excited.
Oh,
Iron Knight gets bursted away after getting so much damage.
Resets.
But this time, Reset's gonna be coming through. Hextech ultimatum onto the buy. 2 kills. G2 Blacklist has a long way to go, but this is the start.
Yeah, that's finally some signs of life from G2 Blacklist, but they still have to answer the Baron push being initiated here by KBG. Good signs of life from G2B, but is it enough really against the reigning defending champions? Of course, it's enough to slow them down, but turning back the game in their favor is definitely a long shot from here.
Yeah, especially Soul Point. I mean, KBG is basically just waiting for the last elemental dragon to spawn up, and then as they take it, they're gonna be more difficult to take down. G2 Blacklist on their focus position this time, going up against this massive frontline lineup of KBG. We have seen 4,000 gold consistent almost the entire mid game, but the bigger value is the teamfight prowess still of this gaming. The setups are always clean.
And one way to really answer all those poke compositions is by going for a hard engage option, and that's what Vibe brings to the table. Another engage.
And the charge as well by Yu. The Thon get hit by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble as KG and Andra9 are going to start the Ocean Dragon right now. Ame
Dragon
a little
Soul.
bit far away. KD in the vicinity but spotted by a ward. Hextech ultimatum onto Xiaoma. Might not be the best target this time around though, as the stasis will buy enough time for the re-engage by KBG Gaming. And draw.
This is winnable.
Disengage, buying enough time for the stasis. Tactical sweep will not connect onto KBG. Arrow does dash towards Yu as well. KD still waiting patiently, but is spotted out by the members of KBG Gaming. Can he actually get the steal? He had history in doing this already. Alongside with Ime. It's taking a long time. Draw again. Going in, check the area, meet
KG's dead.
KG almost gets taken out. Stasis is going to be used to buy some time. KD goes in actually with alongside with Ime. No steal coming through. It's still able to smite in the objective. Shama joining as well. Able to hit the Mystic shots as Aaron looking to paddle star his way, but to no avail. Everyone drops dead on the side of G2 Blacklist. And KBG after taking the soul. Boom! Looking to march down mid.
That true shot barrage just took half of the health of Aaron, and that's just going to be an easy execution once again. KBG going for a 3-0 day in this finals day number 1.
Similar to season number 1, they remain undefeated in the finals day 1 for season 2, and we'll just wait for the grand finals to whoever is gonna be winning on the first match and second match tomorrow.
That's the Dragon Soul, an infernal Dragon Soul that will just boost your damage to a level, to an unprecedented level, right? In patch 5.0, that has even been, that was buffed, yeah. For some reason, they buffed the Dragon Soul.
For some reason.
For some reason, they thought, okay, Dragon Soul is not enough. Okay, never mind. We're going to just add more stats onto it. But nonetheless, that was really the best possible team fight for G2 Blacklist, right? They were able to at least get all those key ultimates from KBG, and at one point I thought that they had enough to at least secure a 50-50. Smite fights happened in this game, and in that Smite fight, that Tone still had the upper hand, similar to what happened in the first two Dragons. That is KBG for you, the reigning defending champions of WRLA.
Yeah, and still at their peak level condition going towards the finals. The perfect scoreline for day number 1 in our round robin is just, again, just classic KBG. Now they're just gonna be waiting to whoever's gonna be facing them off, possibly in the grand finals. EDG definitely has basically secured their spot as well in the semifinals, being the top 2 in the top 4 on the 4 teams that we have right now in the final stage. And well, for our next match, KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, regardless of the result, they're gonna start in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's going to happen here, Giang, right? Like number 1, KBG, number 2, EDG, and then number 3 and number 4, which pretty much has no difference whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's I think the only advantage that you will get, okay, I could be wrong here, is side selection for game number 1. So that's the only thing that they're fighting for in the next game that we'll be casting together, right? It will be between KT.RY and G2B in a different fight for side, I guess.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, and as well as maybe another time to experiment on maybe a couple of drafts and stuff, but not really too much compared to how big of a leverage Edward Gaming has, and most especially Keepus Gaming. In this match, we have seen them just personally deliver a one-sided beatdown in a mid-diff, courtesy of Andra9, seeing 3 solo kills against Aaron. Man, I mean, he's the best mid laner in the world, and he just demonstrates it every single time.
Still needs to be respected. Andra9 also was the MVP in WRLA 1. It was a rough start for KBG during the group stages, but as we all know, if the meta shifts in their favor and all of those carry junglers are out of the way, KBG will find a way to win. Right? Like as a Faker did say. Was it Faker or was it Rulin? Doesn't matter, we'll win.
All roads need to be.
Andra9 with a masterful performance and 10 MVPs to the guy, 5-1 and 4, 27% damage. And the biggest damage of them all is the mental damage in the mid lane.
Yeah, if Faker says all road leads to me, Andra9 says all MVPs goes to me this time around. And they will be waiting for the grand finals tomorrow, but we still have one more match. KT.RY and G2 Blacklist will fight one more time before our finals day 2. We'll just go in a short break. Autolist and I will be back. In a short...
After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, Keepus Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. Thundertalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions Keepus Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Langqui and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming.
On this Dragon, this is gonna be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Langqui, body slam. The Grand Enter is gonna be used, Dominus as well, and the isolation gonna be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing.
After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, Keepus Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. ThunderTalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions KT.RY Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Langui and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming.
On this Dragon, this is gonna be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Langui, body slam. The Grand Enter is gonna be used, Dominus as well, and the isolation gonna be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing FunPlus Phoenix to actually walk away. They have to disengage, nobody died. EDG, ooh, that was so close!
Number 4. Stepping into the battle with a 3-man Dragon's Rage is what Shingdo7 did when contesting the Dragon with ThunderTalk. As soon as the Dragon spawned up, the opportunity for an aggressive play opened up, giving FunPlus Phoenix a clean sweep.
Shin is on the other side of that fight. Dog's going to be going there. But Chow with the explosive cast to go out for the isolation, but he found Chang Si. So that may not be the best target. He goes for the Justice Punch. Shingdo7 is not going to be able to steal it, as they will be giving it over to ThunderTalk. SkyFL there in the middle of it all. There is the Hero's Entrance saving them all. ThunderTalk, they are a little bit low, but can they get out there? Shin is going to get executed right there with a perfect execution. SkyFL going hard. That's 1, that's 2, and they are going to dive maybe for more. That's a 3rd kill onto Z, and now Chang Si's down. It's just Soil. This could be the ace, and it will be for FPX.
Number 3. Once again, the name Shingdo7 is brought up, choosing a cleverly concealed spot. Shingdo7's precise timing allowed him to approach and punish X-Bike's mistake, securing the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
Challenge Shingdo7, they are playing defense. They are distracting ThunderTalk, waiting for SkyFL to go for it. Oh my god, so tense as SkyFL makes his way into the Baron pit. The steal coming in for FPX, and they've trapped ThunderTalk inside the pit. They've already gotten 3. Now Soil is gone, and Shin is the last man standing once again, but he will be standing now. What a hold from FPX. What a play from SkyFL.
Number 2. The formidable Langui, a cow-themed champion, may have caused FunPlus Phoenix a lot of difficulties. In the 13th-minute mark of the second match between Edward Gaming and ThunderTalk, Langui initiated a powerful engage, crushing 3 members of FunPlus Phoenix, and Edward Gaming secured 4 takedowns. Right now, 0711 Red Zone out the members here of FPX just with his...
好的，欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优后。那也是恭喜 KBG， 真的是非常非常顺利的一天。我们也是邀请到了他们的单人路选手 KG 来到我们的赛后采访。你好 KG， 先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 KBG 的上单选手 KG。
欢迎 KG。那你们现在已经是确认了，已经确定了在第3天总决赛的一个名额了吗？那有没有想过，就是新版本的第1天的比赛进行的这么顺利呢？
其实我们也没有想这么多吧，因为我们队伍也是打过2个赛季的总决赛了吧，就是回到了熟悉的舞台，正常打就行了。
回到了熟悉的舞台，正常打，发挥出自己平时的水平，心态最重要，放平稳。The first question for him is: Now you have secured your position in day 3, and did you expected that the first day will go so well and easily? And his answer is, we didn't think too much because this is not our first time making it to the finals, and we just wanna play like the usual and try our best. 那再问一下，因为5.0 版本其实针对上路这个位置、单人路这个位置进行了蛮多的调整嘛。然后，那你作为单人路选手，在进行了1天的比赛下来之后，目前的体验怎么样呢？
我觉得那个加了那个回廊的，给上单多了挺多玩法的吧，就视野上还有摇人干河上的。
就是上路新加的那个小走廊，然后也是让上路整个的这个环境地形上来说会有一点改变，然后包括让整个单人路选手的视野防布，然后包括对于对方的一些可能 gank 的角度也要更加提防一些，对不对？好的。那the second question for him is as a solo laner who mastered all kinds of solo lane champs. Could you share your experience of this meta? And his answer is, well, actually, the change of the Tyrion of the top lane of the solo lane makes us like we gotta be more careful about their gank, and we gotta pay attention to our vision. 那我们这一场的赛后采访就到这里结束了。再次恭喜 KBG， 也是第1天算是完美的一个结束。那我们今天的直播就到此结束，我们明天同一时间不见不散。
After KT.RY and G2 Blacklist, KBG Gaming and Edward Gaming are the owners of their remaining 2 tickets to the finals. Surprises unfolded in the last matches of the playoffs. ThunderTalk, the top-seeded team in the group stages, suffered a bitter defeat against FunPlus Phoenix, while the defending champions KBG Gaming managed to regain their form. Now, let's recap the top 5 plays of the week. Starting with number 5, 0711 Spectacular Kick also made it to the top 5 highlights of the week. It was a smoothly executed play created by both Langui and a well-placed explosive cast, disrupting FunPlus Phoenix's ability to contest the Baron against Edward Gaming.
On this Dragon, this is gonna be really the same setup that they did from the previous game. Langui, body slam. The Grand Enter is gonna be used. Dominus as well. And the isolation gonna be pure with a kick as well by 0711, forcing FunPlus Phoenix to actually walk away. They have to disengage. Nobody died. EDG. Ooh, that was so close.
Number 4. Stepping into the battle with a 3-man Dragon's Rage is what Shingdo7 did when contesting the Dragon with ThunderTalk. As soon as the Dragon spawned up, the opportunity for an aggressive play opened up, giving FunPlus Phoenix a clean sweep.
Shin is on the other side of that fight. Don's going to be going there. But Chow with the explosive cast to go out for the isolation, but he found Chang-Si, so that may not be the best target. He goes for the Justice Punch. Shingdo7 is not going to be able to steal it, as they will be giving it over to ThunderTalk. SkyFL there in the middle of it all. There is the Hero's Entrance saving them all. ThunderTalk, they are a little bit low, but can they get out there? Shin is going to get executed right there with the perfect execution. SkyFL going hard. That's 1, that's 2, and they are going to dive maybe for more. That's a 3rd kill onto Z, and now Shang-Xi's down. It's just Soil. This could be the ace, and it will be for FPX.
Number 3. Once again, the name Shingdo7 is brought up, choosing a cleverly concealed spot. Shingdo7's precise timing allowed him to approach and punish X-Bike's mistake, securing the Baron for FunPlus Phoenix.
Challenge Shingdo7, they are playing defense. They are distracting ThunderTalk, waiting for SkyFL to go for it. Oh my god, so tense. SkyFL makes his way into the Baron pit. The steal coming in for FPX, and they've trapped ThunderTalk inside the pit. They've already gotten 3. Now Soil is gone, and Shin is the last man standing once again, but he will be standing now. What a hold from FPX. What a play from SkyFL.
Number 2. The formidable Langui, a cow-themed champion, may have caused FunPlus Phoenix a lot of difficulties. In the 13-minute mark of the second match between Edward Gaming and ThunderTalk, Langui initiated a powerful engage, crushing 3 members of FunPlus Phoenix, and Edward Gaming secured 4 takedowns. Right now, 0711, red zone out the members here of FPX just with his near presence. Actually, Langui doing a really good job already!
Whoa! The knockback's gonna be perfect, and EDG right now is just gonna be unstoppable in this onslaught. On128 is gonna be joining though with the Red Ender. Langui going for the double knock-up, and SkyFell has to flash away alone, getting targeted here, but not able to beat half by the members of FPX, and everyone is just dying on the side of this red side team. EDG getting 4 kills to none.
And number 1. KBG Gaming's impressive performance is making a strong comeback in the final series of the playoffs. In the deciding match against Edward Gaming in the branch finals, the Thon dashed Edward Gaming's hopes of victory with a 3-man steal followed up by KG's destruction of the opponents.
Move coming in from EDG. Can this be successful? Though it can be the 50-50 that they've been wanting to do. 2,000, 1,000. The Thon is going in. The Thon gets it. Thank you along the way as well. And then going out, but walk away. And KBG gonna be infiltrated. Still gets 1 kill. And they turn again onto the members of EDG. This time around, 0711 is gonna be caught. Unable to cast it all in time. Alone, still trying to kite. KG still alive. The Stand United is just saving grace of KBG. It's a disaster for EDG.
Thank you so much for tuning in to this week's Top 5 highlights. Let's follow the final matches of the championships and keep cheering for the teams we love. My name is Giyang, and see you again on the next video.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your what's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
It's time for the last match of today. It's gonna be between KT.RY and G2 Blacklist as they face once again after seeing, well, the last time that they have met each other was the finals qualifier in the APAC, in which KT.RY won against them in that best of 7 series. And this time, G2B might be wanting to finally secure their first win if they win against KT, because KT as well is looking to get their first win.
Yeah, it's all about getting enough momentum heading into tomorrow, right? Because with how things are going, you don't want to end your day number 1 on a 0-3 fashion, which both the teams would want to avoid. But in recent times, we've seen KT.RY really getting the upper hand when compared against G2 Blacklist. G2 Blacklist, though, will try to reverse their fortune and will try to at least secure the 3rd placer, which, as we might predict, what we are predicting is the prize will be the side selection for the best of 3 that will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, and G2 Blacklist as well gonna be starting on blue side, similar to their last game. Let's see though, what KT.RY is gonna be drafting this time around, as they've had all of their games on red side, similar to when they match against KBG Gaming, when they match against Edward Gaming. They did try out the interesting Yumi comp a while ago in their first match. I wonder if they're gonna be trying it out again today.
Oh, that Yumi comp should. I'm okay. I'm okay. Because I was actually thinking, is it okay to see it once again? Then again, yeah, if it will become full this time out, sure. Because I'm really a proponent of different strategies to be open for Wild Rift in a nutshell, right? And Yumi composition is always going to be, I would say, a meta I'm looking forward to, because it opens a lot of things. But G2 Blacklist is now banning away the standard champions that we kind of seen of recent times, banning away the Jax, banning away the Camille, trying to target and control Rattel. Because as we remember, the last time out, KT.RY against G2 Blacklist, it took 2 Baron laners to face against Rattel, and no one really won against him.
Yeah. Okay. They lock in the Gragas. I was actually looking forward to maybe seeing, I don't know, a Sona comp on G2 Blacklist without the Hecarim, and then KT.RY trying out a Yumi comp. That would be so fun to see. Like, healers galore in our last game in day 1 in the finals. However, Renekton is going to be a great pick here for Rattel. Regardless of the situation, he's confident as a Baron laner of KT.RY in this just overall stable, regardless of the matchup.
It's pretty much the same as what KT.RY drafted a while back, right? Like, Rattel on her Renekton should have the better time on the top lane. The only thing that really happened earlier against Xiao Zhang was he overestimated his damage, and it resulted into a solo death on the top side. Now, G2 Blacklist is trying to borrow a play from the playbook of EDG and will draft this Aatrox as a potential flex pick on towards the top side or the jungle.
Interesting. Let's see what else are they gonna be putting in for G2 Blacklist. Zeri is gonna amplify at least the late game scaling of G2 Blacklist, and if they don't pick this up, most likely KT.RY is just gonna be banning this away alongside with the Varus. So It's a great indication that G2 Blacklist is reading the intentions here of KT.RY. Now Vi is a great option here for KT. Can go with the Kazakhs if ever they do want that first potential onto the Aatrox or the Zeri, but I think they are banking more on the suppression side.
It's all about the crowd control, making sure that all those very mobile champions can easily be targeted down. Because again, for KT.RY, it's all about those single target bursts, right? Like you have the cease and desist or the assault battery from coming in from DAW, and then you have the immediate lockdown from Rattel as well. When facing against KT.RY, it's all about waiting for the late game to happen. And now G2 Blacklist is just trying to outscale them by drafting all those superior late game champions in the Zeri and the Aatrox. So this will most likely be the longest game that we ever had today. What's the longest game we have had today? I think game number 1.
Yeah, so far it is. Yeah.
How many minutes was that?
22 minutes.
22 minutes.
8 seconds.
Okay. This should be closer to that, right? Compared to the last 4 games that we have had, where every single one of them was less than 18 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. That's been the trend in recent times. Now, looking at the last rotation of bans here, KT.RY is targeting away, banning away all those marksmen in the severe and the Varus, but the Corki is still available if ever G2 Blacklist wants to play a double marksman composition.
Ooh, interesting. A hover on Sona. I actually thought that they would lock in something like an Ornn here for KT.RY, but looks like KT doesn't want G2 Blacklist to get this one, and the immediate answer is, of course, going to be the Senna, similar to how we kind of saw this one coming a while ago in the previous game when we saw a ban on the Senna as the Sun as well was hovered, and Yoni to top that all off is massive here for G2 Blacklist.
This is KD's comfort zone, right? Being able to carry as a Yone. And as we did predict, if you still want to go for a double marksman composition, a Corki is still available in the mix. Luna versus Aaron really dictated the tempo of that best of 7 classic that we've seen from a couple of weeks back, right? Luna, of course, had the upper hand numerous times, but in game number 1, Aaron was able to at least outlane and outperform Luna in a very dominating fashion. G2 Blacklist will try to bang on that game 1 magic and try to upend and try to escape this day with a 1-2 record.
Interesting. I wonder what's going to be the strategy here along the way of G2 Blacklist. It has been a long time since we have seen the Senna composition. With the recent patch, it does work out a little bit better, simply because of tanks now being able to at least invest more of their tank items to scale up better towards the late game. The integration of the Heartsteel as well can be a little bit useful on extended games as well. So maybe that's going to be the plan here of G2 Blacklist. Let's see if KT can dismiss all of the plans in this last game.
Yeah, mainly the reason why Senna compositions was removed out of the meta was because of the prevalence of all those engage supports like the Gragas. You have the Nautilus that can easily lock down a very squishy champion in the first few minutes of the game. But because G2 Blacklist saw a Sona, and you know what happens whenever a Sona gets picked up, right? There is no reliable engage, at least during the laning phase, which means that G2 Blacklist will be A-okay, will be very safe. For G2 Blacklist, it's all about making sure that the early game jungle invades that really has crippled KD in the past will not happen. At least in game number 1, looks like in this game, there's no game number 2 by the way. At least in this game, right, there's going to be no invades, and at least this will be a peaceful run for KD, at least in the first few minutes.
Yeah, very different from the game a while ago against Keepers Gaming, right? Where his Raptors was taken away by the taunt. This time, we see Doe actually just starting standard in top side, going towards bot side, potentially to gank the bottom laners of G2 Blacklist. Aaron, though, and Luna are a little bit low in HP. They will
kind of expected, though, right? Like, it's always a duel between these two in the mid lane. But yeah, that early game jungle, the main reason why I emphasize, well, I thought Air Zero, that root did not connect.
Yeah, almost connected to 0. If that connected, that would have been first blood for sure.
That's a first blood in the mid lane.
Oh. What? Awesome though, in the bottom lane, Acrobat still gonna be with Arcane Shift. One more and they will get the kill. And yeah, mid lane, bottom lane, G2 Blacklist gets 2 kills in total.
Similar to game number 1 of that best of 7 classic that I was telling you a while back, Aaron was able to outperform Luna in the mid lane. And again, what did that just happen? Oh, okay. All right. So that's a very surprising amount of burst coming in from a very early game. I was wondering where that came from, right? Definitely not press attack, right? Because we don't have that in the game. I think he went for the Conqueror. Let's look later. But there's an engage by Rattel.
Yeah, KD's gonna be here as well. Rattel popping out the Dominus just to be safe. Yeah, that is already a big amount of pressure in the bottom lane of KT.
Yeah, still waiting. Still waiting for the at least the champions to be highlighted on towards the mid lane, just so we can see, or we can sneak peek into the runes used by Aaron to surprise the core keep. But I think we have to wait for a bit. Maybe the Kraken Slayer was the thing, right? Because Golden Kite in the bottom lane also had a surprising amount of bursts coming in from the Kraken Slayer.
I mean, 45% damage, I think. Bonus damage from your bonus AD. It's gonna be, added on to
surprising
your
burst, right?
Especially on scaling champions like Zeri, especially Senna. Very helpful.
Okay, so earlier, G2 Blacklist tried this same strategy, going for a sneaky lane gank from KD. But similar to what happened earlier, it's not going to be successful this time out. Okay, Aaron had Conqueror. Okay, so Aaron had Conqueror and still was able to burst out the Corki in an instant in that trade. Mano a mano in the mid lane. Very surprising to say the least, but
yeah.
Again, it's just about Aaron knowing the backs of this champion. He knows when to really flash in and go for that execute.
And then he did it towards Luna a while ago, just maximizing his DPS and the surprise factor as well on his passive auto attack. This time though, both junglers are going to be going here into the bottom lane.
Oh, he missed!
Fate Seal by KD, missing again. This is not really the best start of the team fight for G2 Blacklist, as we do see Doe lingering into the bottom lane. Luna as well gonna be here, spotted out by Aaron. So the laser to slow him down and everyone walks away.
Did you see that interaction? I feel that the disco ball or the dancing finale by the Sona interrupted the Fate Seal. Not sure if that really happened. I'll try to look at it after this game and see how that interaction happened. Again, it's not often we see that interaction because one, it's not the same Sona in League of Legends PC. And two, it's a very fresh rework.
Very fresh one. And the interruption as well was weird.
It was cool, right?
It was weirdly cool. Yeah. Let's put it that way, because I actually thought that the Dawning Shadow would be followed up with the Fate Seal, but with the interruption, Zero was able to step a little bit backwards, and now Aaron has to do the same still. It's actually committing onto the 2 versus 1. There's a barrage going to be dodged, but the buy though going in with his ult and battery should allow them to kill. Almost though a 1-for-1. Acrobat remains alive.
But that buys a lot of time for G2 Blacklist to complete their task. On towards the Rift Herald, they will still be in the position to try and contest this Dragon, but they have to be careful because Luna still has the package. No, it's going to be a 1-for-1, and that's just Aaron being Aaron.
Yeah, I mean, it's just early game Zeri, the Casper draw is going to be forcing the patch actually holds on it for at least a while. Finally use it as well. KT getting the scaling objective. G2 Blacklist maybe looking to unlock this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, it's all about trying to get that early game advantage to slow down the opponent. Zero now has access to the new and improved Crescendo. I'm still confused because, alright, so the main reason why we're confused is because when we check in the game, it's called Dancing Finale, but in patches posted in the website, it's still called Crescendo. So what do we follow? Do we follow what's in the game, or do we follow whatever?
Your heart.
Follow our heart. Okay, alright, sure.
I kind of miss Crescendo. It's easier to say. It's easier.
Yeah,
to
that's
say.
the reason why I call it Disco Ball.
Disco Ball. It's actually much
Yeah, I know.
better.
It's it also is with, I would say, within the for all the TFT players out there, right? That remix Rumble Disco is also one of the trade, and yeah, it's pretty much. I know. It's pretty much one of the reasons why I cannot think of any other better term. But again, it's just Sona in a nutshell. Maybe we can ask our viewers, how do they want to call this a new Ultimate by Zero? Do they
let us
want
know
to
in the
call
chat.
it? Yeah, do they want to call it Crescendo? Do they want to call it Disco Ball? Let us know.
Do you want to call it anything else that you would possibly imagine? Let us know,
Yeah, I
and
know.
we will be, of course, entertained, of course, with your suggestions. And KT, you can look at the scale up here in this game, of course, with their massive damage. Double ADC can be very useful in the late game, especially through objectives later on. We have seen 5-second Baron takings a while ago. For today. That's very possible
Another
for KT,
engage.
But
Very
oh
good.
man, without the Dawning Shadow needed, as Leone deals enough damage.
And Zero got pushed away. That was the
Perfect.
I would say that was the perfect explosive cast to one, separate the support from the target. Another engage, Ime.
A little bit separated from KD, but still is stacking so much to stay alive. What was that? And Daw and Whittle had to walk away. And look at the HP of Ime. How is that possible, man? Oh, 8 rock stings?
8 rock stings to stay. Yeah, sure. And now here comes Draw.
He wants more. They want to take this tower. And KT, Rattel, Daw has nothing to do but just watch as this tower falls down simultaneously as the tower falls down in the bottom lane as well.
Advantage to the side of G2 Blacklist, answered by KT.RY.
And they're looking for an engage in the mid lane. Daw's gonna be here, but Aaron onto the
Aaron.
backside, flanking Seri. It's
No
just
way.
insane. No way this is gonna be possible. No way this is gonna work, but it is actually working this
One
time.
more.
But that's still gonna be fine here on the backside. Golden Kite is still alive. KT marching forward to KT.RY. You're just basically flexing at them right now.
And Luna surviving with 1 HP. You said it best, a flanking Zeri. That's what happens in the wildest of rifts. And now in the mid lane, G2 Blacklist goes for another engage.
It's a cast. Rattel
One
is
more.
burning, and KD wants to stab him, so he gets the kill.
TikTok moments from G2 Blacklist, and KT.RY is on the receiving end of punishments left and right. It started with engage by Draw, and look at the live. They're not yet done.
The fake
Another
seal.
fake seal.
Oh man, TikToks here and there for G2 Blacklist. Ime though is gonna be in a bad spot. Is still alive. How is this possible? Man, he's defying so many. Yeah.
That's that defiance. That's dance. But he doesn't have the item as of yet. I don't think so. 'Cause, last time I checked, he had a black cleaver, and that's it. But KD and company is really having a better showing overall, right? In this last game of this day 1 classic, KT.RY is not in the position to stop G2B's advances anytime soon. You look at KD, he's already 3-0-2, and this is where G2B is at their best, right? When KD is on a carry champion and is this accelerated, he can really do wonders for the squad.
Rattel just saying hi to KD. I don't think he has any way to steal this objective out. Loon as well, just throwing in them guns.
Oh,
it's just gonna be
cha-cha!
met with some chop action from KD topside. Disco Ball not really helping out for KT.RY. Zero is the last one standing, only to dance away as everyone chases him down. Ime as well just knocks him
Pull
off.
back!
And yeah.
G2 Blacklist in close to 11 minutes is really just separating themselves from the Korean team, and looks like AD is not yet done. Really wants to get another execution. And another execution will really happen for G2 Blacklist's jungler.
Yeah, and this is why we can never discount G2 Blacklist, even if they've lost 2 times today against Edward Gaming and Keepus Gaming. They're still a very strong team, and they're proving it during their match right now against KT.RY. Tower though going to be taken here by Rattel as Ime is being chased out. Again, he has really given, you know, the Grim Reaper a bit of a run for his money so far. So Rattel is gonna get caught this time around, trying to do the same thing, surviving. But I don't think it's gonna be very possible this time around. Dawning Shadow did connect, as well as a knock-ops. Disco Ball gonna be used. Aaron goes in with a flash as it pops in the laser, and everything just gonna be thrown out. It's gonna get knocked out, but not really too much for KT.RY. The trades are just much better for G2 Blacklist. Aaron, KD rather, looking for Acrobat, chasing down for Miles.
Yeah. Wait, they're not really going to let go! Acrobat goes back to the circus, and G2 Blacklist secures an ace. 11 minutes and 50, and they can still go for the Baron if they ever want so. 16 kills to 2 kills. This is another one-sided affair, Kyung.
Yeah, this is basically just G2 Blacklist finally getting their revenge from the last series they've had against KT.
Oh man, this is pretty much so different from what we've seen in that Best of 7 Classic. As we look at Rattel, really desperately trying to run away, but you look at the flanking Zeri Aaron getting that last damage in the end, right? Like, I thought for a second that Acrobat had enough mobility to separate himself from the crowd, but G2 Blacklist is on a mission, and they just wanted to secure another kill for themselves.
And they get more, is the question. Looks like it is so. Solid Battery is going to be used by Doll just to be able to escape using the flash as well. KD chasing down Luna, giving him a hard time. Stacey's going to be surprised sometimes. Ime still alive. KD looking for the exhaust. Actually going to be coming through just to slow him down. Backside, Golden Kite might actually fall down, but it's being denied onto the fight. He still stays alive. And G2 Blacklist not done with the fight. Draw going in with the body slam into the slow.
Okay.
They're kind of messing with fire this time. I think they just have to walk away.
Yeah, they're under vision. This is playing with another layer of fire. You're right, G2 Blacklist, they're not going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah,
they're going for the trades.
Yeah, they like playing with fire, and they're basically doing this right now against KT.RY. Looks like the fire's not gonna burn them this time. They put out the fire instead, and Rattel 77 HP, man, that's sad.
Oh, that's extreme frustration on his part. Luna was saved by the miscalculation by Draw. He tried to predict for the Valkyrie from Luna, but doesn't matter because at the end of the day, even if Aaron goes down, the Baron has been secured, but will he go down is the question.
Meteor?
Bam!
It's the
Smite!
That gets him, of all things, and the Corki still falls down. 1 for 1. G2B can just pretty much end this right now.
It's 21 kills to 3 kills, an 18 kill disparity between the two APAC teams. And G2 Blacklist is in a perfect position to really just cement this day with a 1-win, 2-loss record. Like, you look at the state of the game right now, KD being fired as the APAC MVP for WRLA2 is still showing why he needs to be respected on the champion. And even on patch 5.0, he is just as effective.
Carry champions are what KD loves using. And he is definitely performing so well with the carry champion here in this game. 7 sitting in 3. Dawning Shadow into the top lane as, well, Rattel still gonna be fine. Ime will not chase him out anymore.
Yeah.
Another dragon to G2B's name.
That will be the second dragon, just adds up more scaling stats for themselves. And it's all about going for the push. They still have some Baron empowered minions to work with. Oh no.
Okay, finally. So it's not immortal.
Yeah, never is.
Yeah.
Looks like the Daw is going for a flank here. You look at where the Vi is positioned. He's cutting the wave. Interestingly.
Doing a really good job doing so as well. Prevented the mid inhibitor from being taken down.
So that's his plan. Right, like, I thought for a second that he was flanking to try to go for an engage on towards the marksman, a very squishy champion. But no, his target is the minions. He's trying to attack the Baron empowered push indirectly. Now that the Baron has been burnt here by KT.RY, the next objective will be the Elder Dragon. If we ever reach that point, this lead by G2 Blacklist will definitely help them.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 minutes away, still possible, if ever, but kinda unlikely at this point. G2B is just messing with them. KD able to flash away, Truth of Barrage will not connect onto him as well, as G2B is actually just walking away. I thought they would engage.
Yeah.
I mean, they're this bold at this point, especially with the lead that they have.
Ime. Oh. Okay, so I thought for a second that he will try to face check that bush, and had it happened, it could have been the second death by him. But G2 Blacklist will just recall away and spend those unspent gold and set up the vision possibly ahead of this potential Elder or Baron takedown, which will spawn in a couple of seconds. They can even force a team fight, right? Like, especially knowing KD. Here comes KD, no engage whatsoever, just some pokes.
Yeah, the Bishop Barrage actually starting to land a bit more of that damage towards G2 Blacklist members. Means that Acrobat is starting to reach towards the effective late game position that oftentimes we see an Ezreal shine. They still need to be very careful. To be looking for engages, not hesitating at all. When they find an enemy, they strike without any hesitation.
I remember back in the day, it used to be RRQ being the best in utilizing all those shroud plays that centers around this Senna, right? Like, being undetected, goes for the sneaky plays, goes for picks, and now is being awarded for another Baron for G2 Blacklist. KT.RY trying to respond and trying to make it interesting by going for a push here in the bottom lane, but still, the net positive of that trade heads over to the Filipino squad. G2 Blacklist in 17 minutes and 40 is actually in the prime position to end this with that Baron takedown.
They're looking. Mid lane is going to be the take here of G2 Blacklist. KT.RY has to find an opening here.
Zero.
But Ame found his own, and the backline is going to be breached. Sona taken down. Package is going to be used a little bit late, but Cass is going to be used effectively to isolate the members of KT.RY. Ratel is not really minding the rest of G2B. Engages onto KD, will be able to take him down. G2B 4 versus 3 can still win this fight, but Ratel is just cutting the waves once again.
Yeah, KT.RY and cutting the waves. Seems like the theme of the day. Wait. Oh, he's so sneaky. But gets cancelled.
Oh, spotted out and should just be taken out here by Ime and squad.
Yeah, but still, that's a lot of time. Bought here by Ratel. That's another Baron that was wasted by KT.RY. If this continues, G2 Blacklist might just regret it, right? Because it's another Baron with really no big prize on top of it. Only just a few gold. And if you're G2 Blacklist, that won't do, right? Like, you have to clean up your play, especially against the best of the best teams. Now, they will be focusing down this Elder Dragon, and let's see if there will be any contest whatsoever.
Simultaneous people, I just have to say, it looks so good, and you only see that on pros. Not on RGs, never in RGs. And Elder Dragon is going to be taken by G2 Blacklist.
I don't understand.
The last piece of the puzzle here.
Yeah, but I don't understand. Like, right? Like, at that point, KT.RY could have been more desperate in trying to challenge the Elder Dragon. Because now with the Elder Dragon, this is a longer buff that will join the members of G2 Blacklist. And if any team fight ensues, all those true damage executes as well coming in from G2 Blacklist should be enough to finish this game. But let's see, maybe KT.RY will find a miraculous team fight.
Yeah, that's the one that they're waiting for. They don't have the Baron on G2 Blacklist, so pushing will be a little bit more challenging than usual. The catch here, so the battle is going to be denied with just the Soul Unbound. Wow.
That happens? I don't understand what's happening with all the interactions that we have right now. Pretty much, that should still be a follow-through, right? Oh, draw.
Yeah, goes in with the flash into the cast, unable to isolate some
Big
of the members
seal!
as can drive through. This time he falls down as everyone from KT immediately answers him back. And again, without the Baron, it's going to be very difficult for G2 Blacklist to push this towers down.
Wait, this is taking longer than it should be. Wait, another engage, possibly. Ime.
They commit onto Zero, finally takes him down. Dancing Finaldo is going to be used, still stalling a little bit. More time for KT.RY, so Fel's going to be able to pick up the Zeri. Well, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 2 better actually, much better for KT.
If you're Coach TG, you shouldn't be happy that this is happening, right? With the lead G2 Blacklist was able to get in this game. This is a lot closer than it should be. Now, KT.RY is trying to threaten this Baron. I don't think this is a good idea, especially against the composition of G2B.
But if they get this, This is not gonna be a good sign for G2 Blacklist. I mean, comeback is happening, it is starting. Natel popping the Dominus. Gonna get hit by the snare of Golden Kite. Still, it's gonna be fine. KD being here, at least with his presence, I don't think KT.RY is gonna push through anymore with the Baron.
And again, zero award, zero reward. Kyung, that Elder Dragon was for nothing.
For nothing.
They
even lost one fight.
They even lost a tower in the mid lane. Are we going to see a game in where G2 Blacklist will lose with like 2 Barons, 1 Elder Dragon up in the game? That's unheard of. But if ever that happens, that just signals one thing, and that's KT.RY refusing to go down without a fight.
Yeah, they were ahead by 10,000 gold practically a while ago.
Yeah, and now it's 2K.
It's 3K.
Man.
And pretty much redundant against a double ADC comp.
Yeah, surely it will be a test of another team fight late game that will most likely happen with KT.RY trying to at least scout the area. They don't have vision.
Fate Seal finally collecting on the 2 as they take the Sona down. Acrobat still treating from the backside though, stalling with the stasis. Draw is gonna buy enough time for the re-engage of G2 Blacklist. Toss gonna be here though, while freaking out. Pursuit for dodge connecting onto nobody. KD looking for an opportunity. Luna's gonna be there for the follow-up though. And
KD's dead.
Very careful, popping out the GA. Ime's gonna be the one tanking the damage this time around, but they couldn't really tank the damage. Ime's gonna be the bad spot this time around. It's Acrobat looking, Aaron flanking. Again, the flanking Zeri doing wonders a while ago, but this time, can he actually get the 3 versus 1? Still trying to kite away. The exhaust is gonna be coming through onto the Ezreal. And again, the punish this time by KT is gonna be better against G2.
All the smiles has faded away. KT.RY is doing just enough to crawl back into this game. And at 23 minutes, all those goal lead are out of the picture. This is a 4v5, and it started so well for G2 Blacklist. They got 0. Every single time we see all those team fights, 0 is being targeted, meaning it's a 4v5 at best. But KT.RY is still doing the best that they could do to really control the team fight. And now they're starting Baron.
And Droswell gonna be taken down, and a pin down as well towards KT. Suddenly, after 24 minutes, can Ime still get the steal? Will he do so? The answer is no, and KT gets the ace and the Baron after 24 minutes. We see KT.RY ahead in gold.
Well, let's just say it's the GG push right here, right now by KT.RY. And good night, friends. It's been a good show, but KT.RY was able to crawl back
and just deny this supposedly sure win by G2 Blacklist. We kinda don't know what happened, but yeah, that is disgusting for sure. KT punishing G2 Blacklist this time and will be the team that gets the 1 win.
Okay, so I don't know what to say. That's pretty much one of the biggest downfall we've ever seen. It's really not the way we've seen G2 Blacklist perform, at least in recent times, right? You give over G2 Blacklist 2 Barons and 1 Elder, and that should be enough 99 out of 100 times. But KT.RY stood their ground and was still able to crawl back into the game. GG, well played by KT.RY. There's another best of 3 that will happen tomorrow.
Absolutely, still a chance. We did say a while ago that this game practically will not be that much doing anything. No bearing whatsoever towards the placements for tomorrow's matches. KT.RY and G2 Blacklist will still battle tomorrow in the quarterfinals in the best of 3. However, that game would be a little bit frustrating on G2 Blacklist side. We saw the cameras a while ago. Saw Coach TG a little bit frustrated as well. And this game should have been won. It was an 11.4 thousand gold lead by G2 Blacklist in the mid part of that game. With the double scaling composition of KT, double ADC, bounce back slowly but surely.
G2 Blacklist also had a double marksman composition, even has an infinite scaling, even has a 3rd carry in KD. It's not about the scaling, it's about the execution. And in that late game, I felt that G2 Blacklist just lost track, Gyung. Is it the same G2B that we've been casting for the longest time during the group stages? Absolutely not. KT.RY also could have anticipated that same thing to happen, because that was really out of this world, right? Like 2 Barons, 1 Elder Dragon. Oftentimes, one Baron is actually enough, right? Like 2 Barons and 1 Elder. Oh, crazy.
Acrobat as well, getting the MVP, actually being able to be one of the most stable members on KT.RY side, especially in the damage department. And yeah, that was very, very odd. Not characteristic of the usual G2 Blacklist that we normally see, especially against co-APAC squads. And KT got the better end in this match.
That's Acrobat getting that MVP on the Ezreal, which is his best champion. As we look into today's results, 1-0 in favor of KBG in the first game, and then G2 Blacklist, as we did not really expect, losing to EDG, KBG, and KT.RY in a 0-3 fashion. Oh man, that's gotta hurt.
That's gonna hurt so much, especially in the momentum of G2 Blacklist. KT.RY as well, is still gonna be starting in the quarterfinals. So it's similar to how they started last season as well when they matched against J-Team. For G2 Blacklist, this is a 1 step lower from where they were last season, because last season they started in the semifinals.
Yeah, they started at number 2, actually, right? Like if we look at the standings after day number 1 was KBG, and then G2 and then NGX then, which is now called G2 Blacklist. 3rd was J-Team, and then 4th was KT.RY. A lot of shuffling has happened here, but G2 Blacklist needs to go back to the drawing board, because tomorrow they will be facing against KT.RY in the first match of the day.
Oh man, KT.RY and G2 Blacklist will battle tomorrow once again, but no longer in a best of 1. It's going to be a best of 3, and then the winner will match against Edward Gaming on the same day on a best of 5. So this is going to be very challenging for sure, and the winner on that series as well will battle on the next day, on day number 3, against Keepers Gaming in the grand finals.
We are going to wait for an interview here, Kyung, and it will definitely be an interview, a winner's interview. So we have to wait for a player from KT.RY. Surely they will be asked of what happened in that game. How was their mental, and how did they approach that best of 1 classic against G2 Blacklist? For all the fans of G2B out there, the only positive thing that you can think of is that there's no worse performance than this, right? Like tomorrow, there's no way to go but up, I guess.
Yeah, is no way to go but up.
Copium moment, I guess, for us.
I cannot agree with you more. I mean, that's the name of the game for everyone that is going to be supporting G2 Blacklist. For everyone as well that is going to be supporting KT.RY. The CN Confidence are basically on a different dimension. Still, actually, in this season, KBG basically in the same position as they were before. Edward Gaming this time replacing J-Team, but still retaining the same jungler as 0711. That's gonna be looking forward to finally get a chance to step in for the final stage.
Yeah, 0711 and his quest of having an improved performance heading into the final stage. But I think we're going straight into the interview here, Gam.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the interview. This is Yoho, joined by Luna from KT.RY. 안녕하세요, 루나 선수. 생일 축하합니다. 네, 지금 자기소개를 해보세요.
안녕하세요. 저는 KT 롤스터의 미드 라이너를 맡고 있는 루나입니다.
안녕하세요. So my first question will be: this is your second time making it to the finals, and what's your goal this time?
이번에 목표가 뭐예요?
이번 목표는 세계 대회 우승입니다.
All right. So
I want to.
Yep. Go ahead.
this time I want to win the battle for the world.
You want to win. Got it. So the second question is, today is a little bit tough, but you finally get a victory by the end of today. So how do you feel right now?
드디어 승리를 거두는데 기분이 어떤가요?
이겨서 기분은 좋지만 그 경기적인 내용에서 개인적인 실수가 많았어서 좀 아쉬운 따름입니다.
I feel like the battle today is good, but because the game today is quite individual, so I feel not that much good.
All right, got it. But finally, you got a win today by the end of today, and I gotta say, good luck. Okay, good luck with the rest of the matches. And all right, that's all for the interview, and have a good night.
And that has been day number 1 as well. It is an amazing day for the Wild Rift fans this time, and it's done for us as well. We have been your casters, Oculus, Giyang, and Infinity a while ago. We'll see you tomorrow alongside with Dash for day number 2, but for tonight, we're gonna be bidding good night. See you all again tomorrow.